Okay, Good morning, everyone. I call the meeting to order on the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting on April the 14th. We have everyone in attendance but the mayor, but we do anticipate he will be joining us. Could I have someone present the adoption of the agenda, please, as amended? No, I'm sitting here.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Just in terms of the amendment, we're going to have the motion up on the screen, but we will be deleting item 7.1 from today's agenda, and we will be reordering items 6.3 and 6.4. So that's the extent of the amendment, just in case anybody had any questions about that.
Thanks, Ms. Caulfield. Go ahead.
I can still do it here. That the April 14th, 2026 agenda be adopted as amended with the deletion of item 7.1 and the reordering of the other two things that were just mentioned.
Call for the vote. And that passes unanimously.
Councillor, I apologize for interrupting. Could we respectfully ask that you do relocate? The only way to control and see who's signaling to speak or not is from the mayor, the chair's seat.
And Mr. Fletcher, do I sign in as the mayor or myself?
You can sign in as the mayor electronically. That's okay. For now, it's fine. We make the proper recordings in the minutes. So
Thank you. Next up, we'll hear from speakers that have signed up to speak. Our first speaker is Richard Tansey. If you could come down to the podium, please. And Mr. Tansey, you will have 5 minutes to speak. You will hear a bell at 30 seconds. Don't panic. You have another 30 seconds to conclude whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council. My name is Dick Tansey, a longtime resident of St. Albert and member of Seniors Advocating for Seniors. In the course of helping a local senior find affordable snow clearing support, I discovered that our community currently has no low-cost or volunteer-based option. Our municipalities, other municipalities have programs that address this gap, and I've gathered examples of those, how those models work, which include the Edmonton Snow Angels Project and the Edmonton Snow Heroes Project, and other municipalities have their own projects as well. Unfortunately, we're part of a growing winter safety challenge. Since COVID, formal volunteering in Canada has dropped by nearly 10%, and Snow Angel programs are failing to find matches. When a senior can't find a volunteer, they're often forced to choose between physical injury from shoveling or snow or social isolation from being trapped or face a city fine they can't afford. While we encourage residents to be snow angels, our current approach is under-resourced and relies on a volunteer system that lacks a centralized, sustainable model. We have the community will, but we lack the mechanism to turn that will into consistent action for our most vulnerable residents. While the province offers grants for low-income seniors, there's a significant missing middle in St. Albert. These are residents whose fixed incomes are just over the threshold for aid, and they don't qualify for government help, and they can't afford the $60 to $80 single cost or $200 plus a month for private contractors. They are effectively snowed into their own homes, isolated from the community that they help build. Currently, our Seniors Association is doing incredible work, but they are significantly understaffed and underfunded. So today I'm proposing 3 specific solutions to our Snow Angel initiative. I'm proposing the Clear Path Fund initiative, which moves away from the hope for a volunteer model. And solution number 1 is municipal crowdfunding. And my first proposal is for the city to partner with a crowdfunding platform specifically for snow removal, and this would allow the public to contribute financially. These funds would create an emergency snow removal fund that the Seniors Association can use to hire local students or contractors when volunteers aren't available. It turns community goodwill into a tangible safety net. And professional service, we hire local vetted contractors like those in the St. Albert founded pickup app to guarantee reliability. And solution number 2, donation tax benefit advocacy. Secondly, I'm asking the city to work with the Seniors Association to better promote existing tax credits for donations. By officially branding these as Snow Angel credits, we can incentivize higher donation tiers that could sustain professional snow removal services for low-income seniors. Business-led funding, we implement a plan where local businesses donate to a Snow Angel fund for GAP households in exchange for visible community recognition. And then the St. Albert Seniors Association partnership. This fund would be managed by the St. Albert Seniors Association or FCSS, using their expertise to vet those who truly fall through the cracks. And solution number 3 is a Snow Angel sign program, similar to ones being used in other municipalities. The Clear Path Fund isn't just a social program, it's an economic one. It keeps snow removal dollars in St. Albert by hiring local students and contractors. It reduces the strain on our healthcare system from falls and cardiac events. And most importantly, it ensures our sidewalks remain accessible for everyone. My request today is simple, that the Seniors Advisory Committee and possibly other advisory committees be asked to conduct a feasibility study to determine whether similar programs could be developed here. I've already shared this information with the Seniors Working Group, so they're aware of the work I've done. I'm happy to provide the research I've gathered so far to whoever is assigned to explore this further, simply to save them a few steps. Beyond that, I recognize this matter is now in the hands of the appropriate bodies, and I trust the process from here. Let's look at how we can marry our local tech, our business community, the public, and our Seniors Association and FCSS to lead the province in age-friendly structure. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tansey. We have some questions. So Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Dick. Nice seeing you again. Haven't seen you for a while. As usual, when you stand before us, you always present a well researched document, and I appreciate that. You come to us with some solutions and some options. The only question I would have arising out of your presentation is when you've done your research, what type of costs would we be looking for if it was some sort of a combined benefit, but also maybe some city dollars or some volunteer kind of or community dollars? Do you have any kind of idea what we would be looking at?
Well, unfortunately, it's going to cost some money from somewhere. And hopefully there could be a collaborative effort between the city and the business community. And as I mentioned, the public support as well.
In your research, though, I mean, did you look at other communities and see what, I know they've had, there's a mixture, like you've mentioned. When I've looked at something similar, you know, it goes all the way on a continuum from complete volunteerism and then all the way up through to maybe some kind of a subsidized program. But I don't have those costs. But would your research show you approximately what we're looking at?
Well, yes. Well, you know, I did some research on that actually, and I didn't bring my cost breakdown. But I figure, no, I'm not going to go there because I don't have the material in front of me. But what I do know is the City of Edmonton's project, Snow Angels project was a pilot project. And it was $187,000 for a year, and it served only 328 clients, and they had a waiting list of 328 as well. Now, St. Albert's a lot smaller than Edmonton is, so I would think proportionately the budget would be less. And And again, we don't know what the demand would be in St. Albert. So I expect that starting the program, we would probably start with a lower amount or minimum amount of funding. And we'd have to increase it as the demand increased. So it's, yeah,
Yeah, I appreciate your response. Thanks. Thanks again.
thank you.
Councillor Cortash?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Tansey, for the presentation today. You've got a lot of really interesting ideas in here. My question is, I guess, who would, in your research and other municipalities, or even what you're proposing here today, who would own responsibility for the program? I see you've got some different partners in here, the Chamber of Commerce, St. Albert Seniors Association City, but like, if there's going to be a program to hire contractors, collect donations, is there, in the other communities, is there kind of an owner of the program or somebody that manages this? Are you asking for the city to do that, or for the senior center, or I don't know much about seniors advocating for seniors. Was that something that that organization would take on?
Well, personally, my ask would be for the city to seriously consider funding a program either through FCSS or the Seniors Association. I understand that's not always easy to do. And so we're looking at what other options do we have? And these are the other options that we have. The one option that stands out to me that would be rather fairly inexpensive is the Snow Angels sign program. And that's being used by other municipalities around. And those, that program, the applicants are vetted by the FCSS. And only those that are in need, that means that there's nobody in the house who can actually do the work. And then they get handed a sign that they just stick in the lawn, on the lawn or in the snow, and hope somebody's going to come by and clear the snow. And it's working very well in those communities. We're a whole lot different here because we're such a larger community, but it's somewhere to start. And I think the money that would be spent would be the cost of the signs, and then the distribution would be handled by the St. Albert Seniors Association. And the vetting would be handled by them or the FCSS, or in combination, however that would work.
Sorry, have they expressed an interest in taking that program on, the Snow Angels program?
I'm sorry, say again?
Sorry, the St. Albert Seniors Association, have you spoken with them about, like, have you spoken with them about taking on the Snow Angels program and managing that?
Yes, I have. Actually, I had a meeting with them, and they don't have the capacity to handle it. Okay. They don't have the funding, they don't have the staff. And understandably, to take on a program that somebody would have to be dedicated to do that.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tansey.
Thank you.
Don't think there's any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And next I would call on Michaela Davis from Melcor. Good morning. I don't think I have to go through the routine. You've been here before, so go ahead when you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, City Council, Mayor Olivieri. I'm sure he's on his way. My name is Michaela Davis and I work for Melcor Developments, as you know. Thank you very much for having me today. Sue and I really look forward to the presentation and to the conversation that follows. I'll be really quick. I just wanted to say hi, but I wanted to thank the mayor and council for their ongoing commitment to St. Albert and for their engagement towards this Northeast Infrastructure project. I appreciate the dialogue, which has felt unbiased and productive. We value the many relevant questions that we've been asked, and we commend council and this new council for taking the time to truly understand the many issues that factor into making these big decisions. Although we may not agree on all aspects of this project, we appreciate the transparency and the many different perspectives that we've learned over the past few months. These conversations have made it very clear that St. Albert's mayor and city council are looking out for residents through their work keeping property tax increases low, growth and infrastructure spending responsible, and opportunity and investment attractive. I'd also really like to thank admin for all their hard work putting together this really big package that we've had a little bit of time to review. In reviewing the package, I did want to ask, I'm wondering, why are we using such a low growth rate for all of the levy compliance scenarios? I do realize that this is based on an historical average, but I really don't think it's realistic in comparison to other Alberta municipalities in the Greater Edmonton region. Also, growth is currently restricted in St. Albert. It has been. So I don't think we should be using this restricted growth rate to estimate future unrestricted growth. I think this rate is also a bit lower than what we've previously used in other levy and development scenarios and estimations. So just something that I would like to listen to a little bit more today. That's pretty much it. I know this decision isn't being made today, but again, we asked the city to proceed with approving funding and constructing this project as soon as possible. We have been highlighting this project's importance for well over a decade. Last week, the federal government also highlighted it. And we are proud and optimistic that that St. Albert was chosen for this grant. And we look forward to seeing this project move forward towards funding and construction. So thank you very much. As always, thanks for your support and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michaela, and I'll call on Councillor Cortage.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Davis. Just a quick question. You mentioned that growth in St. Albert has been restricted. I was wondering what you meant by that. Is that?
Well, just a lot of the, our approved area structure plans haven't been able to develop it to their full capacity over the last few years.
Because of the service area?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, not restricted in any ways other than the sanitary capacity.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
I don't believe there's any other questions. Thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. And council, are there any questions from administration arising from the presentations? Not seeing any. We'll move to the next item on the agenda, and that's the approval of the minutes. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. That the Standing Committee of Whole meeting minutes of March 10th, 2026 be adopted as presented.
Call for the vote. And that motion passes unanimously. New business. Mr. Fletcher, I will pass the microphone over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'm joined at my left here by the government relations component of the Government Relations and Environment team, say that 7 times fast, who are going to provide our St. Albert lens focus on the recent Alberta 2026 budget. I know that council's seen from a number of sources some initial takes at it from Alberta municipalities is one prime example, but this takes it through a strict St. Albert lens, and you'll get the analysis here. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Dooley. Thank you.
No, thank you, Council. So I'm the Senior Manager for Government, Indigenous Relations and Environment. And so every year when the provincial budget comes out, we provide a deeper dive analysis specific to the city. What makes this year unique is that on April 2nd, the province also tabled an omnibus piece of legislation that makes amendments to the Municipal Government Act that will also provide council with a verbal briefing today, understanding that Alberta Municipalities is seeking member feedback on that bill by end of day tomorrow. But in terms of our administrative analysis, generally what we know, we feel we can implement effectively, and there's more details to be provided in regulations moving forward. So, but my colleague, Mr. Kilo, will provide more details on that in his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Good morning, and I'm happy to be here to present administration's analysis on the Government of Alberta's 2026 budget. So as noted in the background report, partnership and collaboration across all orders of government is a core component of delivering the services needed by residents and businesses. Municipalities play a key role in providing many such services. However, given their limited fiscal tools to raise revenue, grants and revenue sharing with other levels of government is a critical aspect of delivering municipal services. The types of programs and levels of financial support from other levels of government varies from year to year, and their yearly budgets provide insight into the degree of revenue sharing that we can expect from a municipal perspective. Municipalities are able to use this information to assess impacts on the sustainability of their services and infrastructure provision. As council is aware, this year's provincial budget was tabled on February 26th and is expected to be approved before the end of the legislative session on May 14th. This presentation will highlight budget impacts specific to the city of St. Albert. So the budget's primary impacts on the city of St. Albert are 3 major school investments into St. Albert, including a new public K-9 and a Catholic K-9 in growing neighborhoods. Ray Gibbon Drive has been allocated all funding as per the cost-sharing agreement to twin this regional economic corridor. The complete restoration to the grants in place of taxes, or GPOT program. The increase to the education property tax, which the city collects on behalf of the province. And finally, across Alberta, there remains the longer-term impact of reduced provincial revenue sharing in the context of both an increasing infrastructure deficit and the need to provide core infrastructure and wraparound services to support the growth we're experiencing. So there are 3 aspects of Budget 2026 that can be called successes for St. Albert. So first and foremost, Ray Gibbon Drive has been allocated all promised funding dollars as per the renewed cost-sharing agreement that was originally signed back in 2024. GPOT has been completely restored to pre-2021 funding levels, meaning a restoration of about $80,000 in annual revenue that had been cut from 2021 through to 2024. And finally, 3 school investments have been announced. A new public K-9 school in the Sharon neighborhood, a new Catholic K-9 school in Riverside, and funding for the modernization of Leo Nickerson Public School. So investment from the province into public institutions and growing neighborhoods is a necessary component of growing sustainably and delivering core services in new neighborhoods. So after the province committed to increasing its share of funding for the project to twin Ray Gibbon Drive in 2024, administration engaged with the government of Alberta to align funding allocations, payment schedules, and all the finer details of this cost-sharing agreement. Last year's Budget 2025 confirmed an initial alignment with this agreed-upon distribution of funding. However, provincial funding allocations only extend 3 years in advance, meaning that last year it was unclear if the project would be fully funded through its scheduled end date of 2029. Budget 2026 confirms allocation of the full $35 million commitment through to the 2028-29 fiscal year, and this aligns with the city's timelines for phases 3 and 4 of the Ray Gibbon Drive project. The province is exempt from having to pay property taxes on provincially owned property, such as a local courthouse, although these buildings still utilize and benefit from municipal services. As such, the province provides a grant, which we call GPOT, grants in place of taxes, to municipalities that is intended to replace the revenue that would have been collected if such properties were taxed normally. During the pandemic, the province cut GPOT funding by half, which led to their city receiving about an $80,000 per year funding cut. Last year in Budget 2025, the province restored GPOT to 75% of this pre-2021 amount, and now it is at 100% restored through Budget 2026, meaning that this year we're getting an extra $40,000 and compared with last year for an overall sustained $80,000 in annual revenue that has been restored compared to the fiscal years of 2021 through 2024. So Budget 2026 allocates $4.1 billion over 3 years for new school planning, design, and construction. And this is part of the province's Schools Now program, which is an overall $8.6 billion funding envelope to create 200,000 new student spaces by 2032. So the schools announced for St. Albert represent an important investment into the sustainable growth of the city's new and existing neighborhoods. So now we're going to go over some of the longer term impacts of Budget 2026 at a provincial scale. So as mentioned previously, the province has increased the education property tax rate for all municipalities. For St. Albert, this means an $18 increase per $100,000 of assessed value on residential properties and $23 for non-residential properties. As this tax is heavily linked to assessment values, the increase impacts each municipality differently. The graph on screen shows that in summary, the total revenue that the province will collect by raising this tax represents a 52% increase from the revenue collected from this tax in 2023. However, the stated objective of these increases are to have the tax cover 33% of the total operating expense of provincial education services. The province expects to meet this goal next year, meaning that future education property tax increases should not be as drastic as long as the province doesn't alter this policy. As council is aware, the Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, which replaced the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, which we called MSI, provides less per capita infrastructure funding to Alberta municipalities than what was previously provided. Revenue sharing with municipalities has not kept up with population growth nor inflation. This funding pot is a foundational example of how municipalities are being forced to do more with less. As noted in this graph, per capita funding has declined significantly over the past 15 years, and the disparity is even greater when inflation is included in the calculation. With inflation included, the province was investing just over $300 per capita in 2024, whereas this number was well over $600 in 2009. It should be noted this graph reflects annual funding allotments through annual infrastructure grants like MSI and LGFF, and does not include one-time specific project grants, which the city has been very fortunate to receive in recent years, such as for Ray Gibbon Drive. So this graph highlights how the decline in per capita funding to municipalities has led to an increased reliance on municipal property taxes as a source of revenue. Whereas provincial funding accounted for about 20% of municipal revenues in 2009, it accounted for just above 10% of municipal revenues in 2023. Given the degree of new capital infrastructure needed to support growth in St. Albert, a continued trend in this direction will likely necessitate that the city either relies on new or alternative sources of funding, project-based grants, more debt financing, or deferral of projects to replace the general reduction in provincial funding. So the visual on screen compares previous LGFF and MSI allocations over the past 5 years, as well as LGFF allocations over the next 2 years. LGFF allocations are indexed to provincial revenues from 3 years prior. This means that St. Albert's 2027-28 allocation grew in comparison to its 2026-27 allocation because provincial revenues grew between 2023-24 and 2024-25. It's important to note that this indexing to revenues, not expenses or revenue plus expenses, means that provincial expenses and the overall budgetary deficits or surpluses do not impact LGFF allocations. Only the total volume of provincial revenue matters. Ultimately, this means that, much like the province, a portion of the city's yearly revenues are impacted by resource royalty revenues that are closely tied to energy prices. Longer term, this means that a higher price of oil could mean higher LGFF funding allocations 3 years afterwards. And likewise, a drop in the price of oil can mean lower LGFF allocations in a few years for St. Albert. So in summary, administration has identified the following successes within Budget 2025. Ray Gibbon Drive being fully funded, restoration of GPOT, and the 3 school investments. These successes will impact the city by enabling progress on major regional infrastructure upgrades, ensuring that provincial property generates a fair degree of revenue, and establishing needed educational services in St. Albert's new and growing neighborhoods. Administration has also identified the following from Budget 2026 as being challenges for St. Albert. the increase of education property tax rates, and this overall trend of forecasted reductions to municipal grant programs forecasted in outlying budget years. So for example, the spending on flood and drought mitigation is dropping from 53 million in 2026 to 25 million in 2027. The Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership Program will be cut from 64 million in 2026 to 15 million in 2028. And the Community Facility Enhancement Program will be cut by 50% over the following 3 years. To summarize, should the Government of Alberta continue down this fiscal trajectory, it will likely result in more challenging local decisions, such as project deferrals, increased use of reserves, greater reliance on debt financing, and ultimately either sustained property tax increases and/or reductions in service levels. So at this time, administration would also like to provide council with a verbal update on Bill 28, the Municipal Affairs and Housing Statutes Amendment Act, which was tabled by the provincial legislature on April 2nd. So this is an omnibus bill that makes changes to the Municipal Government Act, which city administration has attempted to identify the changes to the MGA triggered by Bill 28 and what actions will be required by the city to ensure compliance. And this is all assuming that the bill will receive second and third readings and royal assent within the following months. Alberta Municipalities is also hosting a webinar today on this topic. And as Mr. Dooley mentioned earlier, they're looking for member feedback by Wednesday this week. Administration will provide council a more detailed synopsis on this bill by slot memo. But as an overview, here are the proposed changes. So these are the changes that the province has classified under growth and housing. So charter and independent schools will be included in the school reserve framework the same way as existing school boards. So the St. Albert impact to be determined. There will also be changes to offsite levy frameworks. Offsite levies cannot be used to pay for costs incurred to build to, quote, a standard higher than required under any applicable building code, end quote. So the impact is there will be a review of the city's asset design policies and standards to determine impact for assets that could fall under this category as being built to a standard higher than required in any applicable building code. And we'd have to make any subsequent adjustment actions from there. Another stipulation is an automatic yes framework for permitting can now be enabled by the minister. Impact is to be determined. Another stipulation is the province can create and impose a community design code that regulates a municipality's land use and development. And this can affect anything from architectural styles to building heights, to frontage signage, parking, et cetera, et cetera. Details on this are to be determined. There's also now going to be mandatory public reporting on permitting times. Administration here is going to ensure compliance once more details are made available through regulations. So Bill 28's changes to assessment and property taxation. There's now a prohibition on higher residential property tax subclasses based on occupancy status for Albertans. No actions required for St. Albert. This change is specific for the town of Canmore. Bill 28 also modernizes assessment rules for regulated properties and enables standardized assessment rates where appropriate. No St. Albert action required. There's also a strengthening of compliance and reporting requirements. Details to be determined when this new assessment model is released provincially. So changes for governance and accountability. There's now going to be a required public disclosure of employees and positions with salaries above a threshold of $130,000. So the impact is that the city will be required to maintain a list of staff with compensation above this threshold and report it accordingly on the city's website. The bill also refines province-wide expectations for councillor access to information. There's no action required from administration on this stipulation. Another stipulation is that council may manage substantial information requests through local policy. Again, St. Albert's existing procedure bylaw already aligns with the intent of the stipulation. The bill also requires CEO reporting to council when natural powers are exercised outside of certain exceptions, such as matters that are approved by council and routine operational matters. Details on this are to be determined, as definitions such as what is a routine operational matter need to be clarified. The bill also modernizes business improvement area governance, so BIA governance at administration. So the future regulations that could be drafted under the stipulation may require updates to St. Albert's business improvement area bylaw. There is also going to be a councillor accountability framework implementation. There will be more details shared by the government in the future. So this is essentially the replacement for councillor codes of conducts. The one thing that we do know is that the city of St. Albert would be responsible for costs related to investigations instigated by somebody within the city of St. Albert, such as a councillor. Investigations instigated by the province would be covered by the province. Public institution changes. So cabinet can make regulations to require a municipality to transfer ownership or control of a municipal public utility to a public utility entity. As of now, no action required for City of St. Albert. And the Libraries Act and Libraries Regulations are both amended to allow the minister to respond to complaints and initiate investigations based on the investigation's outcomes. The minister may make orders that restrict access to and the use and borrowing of public library property by members of the public, and this could include restrictions based on age. So the St. Albert Public Library and the Coalition of Alberta Public Libraries are leading the advocacy response on this front. So there are also changes to municipal transparency. Oh, I believe you already went over this slide. Or wait, no, we didn't. It's just repeated. So yep, the threshold of salary disclosure above 130,000. Actually, yeah, we did go over the slide. It's a repeat. My apologies. And that's the end of the presentation. So if council has any questions on our budget analysis or on our initial analysis of Bill 28, myself or Mr. Dooley would be happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Cooley. Kilo, sorry. Excellent presentation. Any questions? Councillor Mackay, are you trying to trip me up by asking to request a motion? No? Okay.
Well,
Any-
normally
any
I would love
questions?
to trip you up, but no, I think that you're doing a fantastic job and I would
Oh,
never
thank
do
you.
that.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Through you to administration, just the first question I had, did you, right near the end of the first presentation there, did you mention that the province has reduced CFIP funding, the Community Facilities Enhancement Program? Has that been cut? I heard something right at the end, but I didn't recall seeing that in the report.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Cortash, it wasn't mentioned in the report because I don't believe that this cut was made effective for this year. This is a future at the end of the province's kind of 3-year budgeting process. It will result in a total cumulative cut of 50%. So the bigger cuts are coming in subsequent years, and that's the same with some of these other programs as well.
Okay. And so, wow. Okay, thanks. I had a hard time tracking the years that for the local government fiscal framework. So how exactly does it work? It's like we already know 2028's allocation based on last year, or what are the timeframes? How do the years line up? I didn't quite follow that.
Basically, we know 3 years in advance. So it's based on provincial revenues 3 years prior.
Okay, so we know 2028's number, and then whatever happens to provincial government revenues this year is going to determine our funding for 2029. Okay. You'd also mentioned that Alberta Munis, AB Munis requires member feedback. Just I don't know how that process happens. Is that something that admin puts together? Is that something that we need to provide?
So,
as
yeah,
council?
this is all happening quite quickly. Like it's obviously a heavy piece of legislation. So they sent a note yesterday. They're doing a webinar over the lunch hour today, and they've requested member feedback by 4 o'clock tomorrow. At this time, city administration doesn't have any feedback, but if there's anything that council wishes to provide, we'd be happy to hear that now, so we could try to share that with Alberta municipalities prior to. So
I mean, I've got lots of feedback. I don't know what the appropriate mechanism is here.
Yeah, Council, I mean, I think there's the sort of the broad political discussion. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about sort of the details of the announcements and the implications in
Okay.
municipalities. So the analysis you've seen would form the basis of feedback. And as you've seen, there's so many unknowns that we really don't have a lot to add at this particular juncture.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so in terms of providing feedback then, just feedback in terms of, you know, decrease in FCSS funding, pressures on taxes. I mean, AB Munis has already identified those as issues, you know, the province taking more property tax revenue. So those are things that we don't necessarily need to provide feedback on, or will be just echoing what they've already said.
Yeah, so I think like in terms of sort of the budget and providing feedback on the budget, like we'll sort of defer to Alberta municipalities and sort of the advocacy campaigns that we do, which in part have been initiated through St. Albert Council resolution in the past, such as the 1-to-1 ratio on provincial to municipal revenues through the LGFF. But what AB Munis is looking for feedback on for tomorrow is Bill 28
okay.
stipulations. If there's any major red flags with the implementation of anything that the province has suggested.
The one that jumps out to me is the charter school land, and I don't know if we have any formal feedback on that, how it affects the city, but that seems to me like that could be a red flag and a challenge moving forward.
Yeah, and I think per Mr. Fletcher's comments, like this is enabling legislation for further detail to be established through subsequent regulations. And until we see some of those regulations, the direct impact is kind of unknown. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I don't see any other question. Councillor Patrick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. I just had a question. I just want to understand the one about the library. I'm just like, I think I understand it, but I'm hoping you could just give me a little explanation to see if I do have any feedback. Is there?
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Patrick. Primarily, the way that the stipulation is worded is that an investigation can be launched by the minister based on complaints. So our understanding as the bill's written is that this would not require us to start looking into our catalog or the library to start looking into the catalog or to take any kind of preemptive actions. This would be entirely reactive on the part of the province. So if a member of the public complains to the Minister of Municipal Affairs about library assets, then the minister could instigate an investigation based on that. And that it would only be at that point when action would have to be taken and there would be an investigation within St. Albert's Public Library.
And Councillor, I could just offer, I know that the library's director is fully involved in this, and I would submit that this might be a question, once they've had an opportunity, much like us, to digest the so whats and the impacts, that the library board might be something council want to ask the library board for an update on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Mackay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just something that Councilor Cortez kind of tagged on at the end. And I imagine this would require a lot more kind of research in relation by administration. But when we look at how we allot schools, kind of the new schools coming in, we run it through our school site allocation committee. Is that basically defunct now? I mean, could the province come in and say, we're going to grant this funding to this charter school, and it's up to you guys to figure out where it goes based on available school sites?
Yeah, I don't think it's defunct. I mean, it provides the framework through which, sort of chaired by the city, but ultimately decided, right, collaboratively by the school boards about how those allocations work. I think I don't know, I guess is sort of the answer. Again, I think the devil's in the details as it applies to the regulations and what form that would take, whether it was the government imposing it or the addition of a charter school body to the framework. I think we'd have to do that analysis once the regulations come out. Again, we just know that broadly, We think what this means is that municipal reserve could be used for charter and private schools. How that would manifest itself is anyone's guess right now.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm just, some of the logistics of that just seem to be daunting. So I don't know how that'll even work because there's probably multiple different charter schools and I don't know the framework that they work under. So how they would basically take over one of our school sites or I don't know. Anyways, just an observation.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Cortage?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Again, just thinking about red flags, and I don't know where this goes, but we're in committee of the whole. But the other thing that concerned me, I don't know if you've got the slide there from Bill 28. What was the bit about the province being able to impose design standards on municipalities? Do we know where that's coming from? Is there been some kind of issue in the province that's led to that? But also, yeah, like what's that all about? That's a red flag. The province is going to tell us how we're going to develop certain communities.
So I think again, like broadly speaking, the legislation here provides enhanced abilities for the minister to impact decisions at a local level. I think we need more details on this one, but I would say at the Alberta Municipalities Convention in the fall of last year, the minister spoke about wanting to make Alberta communities beautiful, and I think this is seen as a means to ensure that. We'll probably know more if this is approved by the province, and then municipal affairs will give us change management resources that sort of further flesh out what the intent is. But I don't believe the intention is that this is something that applies to all municipalities. It would be used on a discretionary basis.
Okay. I'll put me down for a red flag. I don't know where that goes, but interesting. Thanks.
Any more questions of council? Thank you so much, administration, for your presentation. I think we'll take a 5-minute break, and at that time I will pass the chair to the mayor. Thank you.
get rolling. Okay, thank you very much. We're gonna get moving. Thank you again to Council Clark for stepping in. Sincerely appreciate it. We'll move to 6.2, which is our information regarding affordable housing needs assessment and affordable housing strategy presented by Mr. Fletcher and administration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll turn it right over to Ms. Mahoney to do the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Good morning, Mayor Olivieri, members of council, and members of the community. My name is Katie Mahoney, and I'm the manager for the planning branch at the City of St. Albert. This morning, we will be presenting an update of the housing needs assessment and affordable housing strategy. I'm here with my colleague, Ms. Lori Scott, Affordable Housing Liaison, and our consultant team from SHS Incorporated. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Bahar Shadpour and Mr. Matt Pipe from SHS, who will be taking us through the presentation. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Katie. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on the housing needs assessment and affordable housing strategy that SHS is preparing with the City of St. Albert. My name is Matt Pipe, Manager of Housing Policy and Research at SHS, and I'm joined today with my colleague, Bahar Shadpour, Senior Manager of Policy and Research. And we'll be going through this presentation today to provide an update on the study and gather council's input and feedback at this stage. Next slide. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide council with an overview of the progress of the housing needs assessment and affordable housing strategy and seek input and feedback on the strategic directions to inform next steps. During this presentation, we will walk through the purpose of the study, highlight the preliminary findings of the housing needs assessment, detail proposed strategic directions for the affordable housing strategy framework, and conclude with an outline of next steps moving forward. Next. Before we get into the findings of the study thus far, we thought we'd start with a brief introduction of SHS and our previous experience in the Alberta context. SHS is a consulting firm working across Canada, specializing in housing policy and research, affordable housing development, innovation and housing solutions. We've worked with communities across the country from Nova Scotia to BC, including a highly active resume of work in the province of Alberta. We've carried out needs assessments and prepared comprehensive affordable housing strategies for several communities across Alberta, including Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, Rocky View County, and Mackenzie County. SHS has worked with the City of Edmonton on utilizing affordable housing as a catalyst to revitalize downtown neighborhoods, and previously worked with the County of Strathcona to prepare an analysis of housing incentive programs. We also have a history of providing support for the Alberta Affordable Housing Review Panel for its report in 2020, and previously completed an evaluation of the Alberta Affordable Housing Programs carried out for the Alberta Ministry of Seniors and Housing in 2016. Next slide. So moving on to the purpose of the study that we're here today to discuss, we'll go through the future of the housing strategy, how the future housing strategy fits in with the existing municipal development plan, the goals and timelines of the study moving forward. Slide. In response to the growth and evolution of St. Albert from a bedroom community to a fully independent city, the goal of providing housing options was identified in Flourish. This goal is meant to create full and balanced mix of housing choices that meets the needs of the residents at all life stages. To achieve this goal, the city needs to work on diversifying housing options that will allow everyone who wants to live in St. Albert to live here during all stages of their lives. The result will be that St. Albert becomes a more inclusive city that can offer a range of housing types, tenures, and price points. More specifically, Flourish's policy 7.2.2 directs the city to develop and maintain a housing affordability strategic plan to meet the housing needs of St. Albert's residents. The Future affordable housing strategy shows how Flourish translates into outcomes for the city and its residents. By undertaking this project, implementation of Flourish's goals are leading to substantial changes. The development of the strategy shows how Flourish's goals and policies translates into physical results and outcomes that advance Flourish's vision for a complete and inclusive community. This strategy should start to remove barriers in attaining housing through an expanded and diverse housing supply. The affordable housing strategy will also respond to the changing needs of residents and demographic trends, like an aging population, smaller household sizes, and increasing rental demand. This work will lead to more housing options and improved affordability that supports complete and inclusive communities as envisioned in Flourish. The affordable housing strategy is one tool that helps achieve this vision. Next slide. The affordable housing strategy is intended to recommend policies and actions that respond to identified housing needs and reflect St. Albert's local context, provide strategic direction to increase housing affordability, supply, and diversity of housing across the city, support complete communities and inclusive neighborhoods where residents can live, work, and thrive, strengthen partnerships and coordination across public, private, and nonprofit sectors, and finally, leverage shared resources and expertise to advance housing outcomes. So on this slide, we just have a visualization of the project phasing. Right now, we are in the second phase on the slide there, where this week we'll be carrying out consultations with community members and parties. We have developed the strategic directions report, and then moving forward after these consultations are completed, we'll be finalizing the housing needs assessment and strategic directions of the plan with council's feedback as well. And then in June and July, we'll be finalizing the affordable housing strategy. Before we get into the proposed framework for the actual affordable housing strategy, I'm going to walk through preliminary findings from the housing needs assessment. I should caveat that these are preliminary findings that have been developed through an analysis of Statistics Canada and CMHC data, along with available city data, and will be refined and further developed using critical qualitative information we are receiving through our community consultations. To get into a little bit more detail on the community consultations for this project, we have our engagement activities outlined on the slide. So first, the community social roadmap. It builds upon the community accomplishments, partnerships, and leading practices that have taken place over years, providing preventative social services, with the roadmap helping to set the focus areas, aid in decision-making, and support service deliveries to address social issues across the city. As part of developing the roadmap, community stakeholder engagement sessions were held with community agencies, organizations, and various networks. Given this opportunity to engage with stakeholders, we were able to ask specific questions on the housing need and challenges facing the community to supplement and validate the housing needs assessment facts and findings. Next, the resident survey called Cultivate the Conversation Survey was launched in March and was live throughout March to gather residents' thoughts and feedback on the housing challenges and they and their community face. In total, 585 respondents were received. This was advertised in local media, social media, postcard advertisements placed in various locations across the city. What we heard report was generated for these responses and will be incorporated into the larger community consultation synthesis and housing needs assessment findings. And then finally, this week, we are facilitating in-person focus group consultations to gather insights and feedback from various stakeholders, including city staff, community agencies, housing providers, Indigenous groups, and developers, and of course, with council today. During these focus group sessions, we are facilitating discussions on the housing needs assessment trends and gaps, as well as proposed initial goals and outcomes for the affordable housing strategy for validation and refinement. Moving on to the needs assessment itself. So a housing needs assessment, or an HNA as commonly referred, is a systemic data-driven analysis for housing situation in a community. It brings together demographic trends, economic data, housing supply conditions, and affordability measures to paint a comprehensive picture of where housing gaps exist today and where they are likely to emerge in the future. It should be noted that completing a housing needs assessment is now a required condition for certain federal funding programs, including the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Canada Community Building Fund, and others. These are critical opportunities for municipalities to access funding for important local projects and programs. The focus of the housing needs assessment is to provide an evidence-based report that can be used to direct future policy and address local needs in St. Albert. So going over the preliminary findings from the housing needs assessment, we'll start with the housing demand insights that we have. So first is that renter households are the fastest growing tenure type in the city. Between 2016 and 2021, renter households grew by nearly 3 times the rate of owner households. The rental market is not keeping pace with this demand, and that is one gap. That's one of the most pressing issues that we will return to later. Second, small households are driving growth. 1 in 2 person households accounted for nearly 97% of all household growth in St. Albert between 2016 and 2021. This matters because St. Albert's housing stock, which is predominantly skewed towards large single attached homes, is increasingly mismatched with the households actually forming in the city. Third, St. Albert has among the oldest population in the greater Edmonton area, the median age of over 42 years in 2021, well above the regional rate of a regional median of 37.6. Between 2016 and 2021, the fastest growing age cohort was residents age 65 and older. This aging profile has significant implications for the types of housing the city will need, particularly options that support downsizing and aging in place. Fourth, young people are struggling to form households in St. Albert. The proportion of household maintainers aged 15 to 34 is well below the regional average, and that share has been declining in recent years. This trend, also known as household suppression, suggests that affordability and availability barriers are preventing young people from establishing independent households in St. Albert, and many likely living at home longer or leaving the community altogether. Fifth, these pressures fall the hardest on youth-led and senior-led households who are most likely to be in core housing need. So core housing need is a housing affordability indicator that assesses a household's affordability, whether they're spending 30% of their gross income on their housing, their suitability, which is whether they have enough bedrooms for their household composition, and adequacy, which is whether or not they require major repairs on their house. In 2021, nearly 1 in 5 households maintained by those under the age of 25 were in core housing need, more than 3 times the citywide rate. Among renter households maintained by those age 65 and older, the rate of core housing need reached almost 30% in 2021. These are not abstract statistics. They represent real households in the community facing real affordability, suitability, and adequacy challenges. Next, with the housing supply, key findings. The first and most defining feature of St. Albert's housing supply is that it is overwhelmingly large, ground-oriented, and owner-occupied. In 2021, over 70% of all dwellings in the city were single detached homes, with almost 95% of those containing 3 or more bedrooms. Owner-occupied dwellings make up over 80% of the housing stock. It is a much higher concentration of ground-oriented ownership housing than in regional average, and it stands in direct contrast with some of the demographic trends that we just went over. The second finding is that construction trends have been starting to shift, but recent data maybe suggests that momentum may be reversing. Over a 10-year period from 2016 to 2025, apartments made up the largest share of housing completions in the city. So there's been meaningful progress towards densification. However, when we look at the most recent housing starts data from 2025, ownership housing made up almost 74% of that, and single detached dwellings were the most common dwelling type started. This suggests that development momentum may be trending back towards more ground-oriented forms. Third, St. Albert has no emergency shelters or transitional housing within city limits. As of March 26th, residents experiencing housing crises must rely on referrals to out-of-community services. This absence of local crisis infrastructure means that the most vulnerable residents face additional barriers precisely the moment they need support most. And finally, the data on rental assistant waitlists underscores how stretched the non-market system is. The demand for below-market options is substantial and growing, while the supply remains constrained. Taken together, these supply-side findings set the stage for everything that we're going to discuss about what the affordable housing strategy needs to address. So on the next slide here, we have 4 key housing gaps that we've highlighted in the housing needs assessment for the city of St. Albert. The trends identified through the housing needs assessment reveal where gaps exist in the housing system, which underscores the importance of proactive strategies to be developed in the housing affordability strategy to ensure housing remains accessible, diverse, and sustainable for all residents. The following housing gaps were identified through the housing needs assessment. There is a need for a diverse range of affordable ownership housing. There is a need for an increased supply of affordable purpose-built rental units in a range of sizes. There is a need for a range of dwelling sizes to suitably house residents at various life stages. And there's a need for increased non-market housing, including seniors housing, to support households in need. Based on these gaps, we've identified a preliminary framework for the strategy, including the goals and desired outcomes. We will walk through the framework and pause for discussion to gather your valuable insights and feedback. Pass it over to my colleague, Michelle Porter.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, as Matt walked us through the housing gaps based on the trends that we've identified through the housing needs assessment, we've come up with a preliminary framework that I will walk you through. We'll walk through some goals and some of the proposed outcomes. And then afterwards, we'll stop to have a discussion, going again over those goals and outcomes to hear your insights and feedback. And also if you have any questions at the end for the housing needs assessment and the facts and figures that Mr. Pipe just walked us through. You can go to the next slide. So the three goals that you see before you are those that we've identified based on the housing gaps that Mr. Pipe just spoke to. So the first goal is housing for all stages of life. So this means expanding access to housing suitable and affordable for residents across all ages, household sizes, and income levels. The second goal is a diverse and growing housing supply. So this means increase the supply and variety of housing types to meet current and future demand across all tenures. And the last goal, a coordinated and responsive housing system. Strengthen the partnerships, governance structures, and funding mechanisms that enable housing solutions to reach those who need them most. So now I'll go through each goal. Next slide. So the first goal, housing for all stages of life, this is essentially about the people that live in St. Albert and their housing needs. Based on this goal, the desired outcomes that we've identified are as follows. First, increase in households formed and maintained by young adults in St. Albert. The second outcome, greater availability of appropriate housing options that enable seniors to age within their community. And the third outcome, a reduction in the number of households experiencing core housing need. Again, core housing need are experienced by a household is affordability challenges, suitability challenges, and adequacy challenges. Going to the next goal. So a diverse and growing housing supply. This is about the supply of the housing that's needed in St. Albert. So the three desired outcomes that we've identified and are proposing today is growth in housing supply that keeps pace with the scale and diversity of projected household formation. The second is to increase in purpose-built rental housing supply, vacancy rates that are trending toward a healthy and stable rental market, which is often referenced around 3 to 5% of a vacancy rate. And in St. Albert, the vacancy rate is much lower than that, under 1%. And the last one is expansion in the range of ownership and housing types available to households across a wider range of income levels. And the last goal, if we can move on to that, thank you. A coordinated and responsive housing system. This is really about the housing system itself. We understand that the city has a role to play in the housing system, but the housing system expands beyond what the city can do. So we're really thinking about the options and the actions and that the city can take to be able to support and enhance the system itself, so that the other actors in the housing system can also work together in a more coordinated way. So based on that, the three desired outcomes here is first, development of local emergency and transitional housing capacity with connections to permanent housing, kind of thinking about it in terms of a pathway into permanent housing. The second, strengthened partnerships across sectors and levels of government that enable coordinated and effective housing delivery. And the last outcome is an increased transparency and accountability in housing delivery supported by a monitoring framework. So those are the three goals. Now, as I mentioned, we'll go through a guided discussion, and I'm going to go through each goal and the outcomes. I won't read them again, but then just ask you some questions, and any feedback that you may have, please. We'd love to hear that. So in terms of the first goal, does this goal represent the right overall priority for the affordable housing strategy? When you're thinking about this, is the housing affordability pressures that we're seeing, does this goal feel like the right focus to meet those housing affordability pressures? And does it align with what you're hearing from residents and the communities on the ground? And then again, in terms of this goal, as well as the outcomes, are they meaningful and appropriate, both the goal and the outcomes, based on the local conditions and realities? So with that said, I will stop talking and open up the floor for your comments through you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will start with questions from council with Councillor Clortash. Please go ahead.
Well, so I just want to make sure I'm clear what we're doing. We're answering these questions. I had my name up there because I've got a number of questions about other things in the process and everything. So how would you like to proceed here? Are we responding to this goal specifically at this stage?
Yeah, and if I could just offer for council too, I mean, there'll be the guided discussion today, but if you have an epiphany at 4 this morning, right, there's an opportunity through sort of the middle of next week, you can certainly put feedback in through administration as well, right? That could be a
Okay. I guess I just wanted to take a step back for a second. I had a question about the whole process here and but I don't know if now's the right time to ask that, but I might, before I answer this question, this is going to sound maybe a little silly, but we've got the housing needs assessment, and then we've got the affordable housing strategy, and I don't have maybe some of the background that the previous council had. Those two things are separate but the same, or like that. So as I understand it, the housing needs assessment is something that needs to be done for some of our federal granting. And then presumably council has provided direction in the past to develop a affordable housing strategy. So are these two separate pieces? I don't know where that's directed. I'm so sorry.
Through the mayor, yeah, I can answer that. It's a great question. So they are separate but related documents. So you mentioned that there's their requirement from the federal government through some of their funding programs to complete a federal housing needs assessment template, which is its own document. However, the city of St. Albert is pursuing an affordable housing strategy. So how those typically go is we would take the contents, for example, that are in the federal needs assessment, build a more fulsome housing needs assessment that looks at other things and creates a more of a narrative like the gaps we just walked through. From there, that outlines the housing issues that need to be addressed through the housing strategy. So they're the steps along the way to get to that affordable housing strategy, where there will have concrete actions that the city can actually take in order to address those housing needs that have been identified in the housing needs assessment.
Okay. And so the goal for today is for council to provide some feedback to provide some feedback in terms of sort of, this is the draft affordable housing strategy. And so to provide feedback on that as that strategy is developed. That just
Through the mayor, yeah, that's exactly it. And I think it's just important at the preliminary stages when we're developing these things to have a touch base with council, with community groups, with residents to make sure that we're on the right path basically to building this.
So I can provide some feedback on this, but I felt like I needed a glossary, some definitions here. You talked about household maintainers and household suppression, and I don't know what that meant.
Through the mayor. So household maintainers is a Statistics Canada defined term. Basically, when you're filling out the census, it's more or less the first name on the census. It's who's responsible for paying the bills in the household. So it's who's leading the household.
Okay. And so the context was that we don't have many young household maintainers. So just fancy way of saying we don't have young families. Is that?
It's in that specific, like when we're looking at that specific trend, it's trying to get at, are young people forming households in your community? That kind of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then so that was household maintainer. What's a youth-led household? Is that the same
So
thing?
that is, it's throwing a term for, you could say young adults, you could say, youth-led household. It's anyone under 25 is like the young adult. You could say 35 as well, or that are in the young adult age group.
Okay. Okay, so gaps in the under 25 or young household and over 65 is what I heard. Okay. And then last kind of question I had before, and then I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Mayor, how we want to proceed here. Ground oriented, I think, so that just means not stacked housing, like traditional, like not apartment buildings. That's what ground oriented housing means?
Correct. It would be anything that you could access through the site.
Yeah, okay. So I can respond to this, or maybe if other council members have questions first, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we'll maybe continue through this. I'll move it to Councillor McKay and then we can come back.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Mine's not a general one, and if you wanted to deal with general ones first, then that might be the better way to go. Mine's specific to this particular goal.
Okay, Councillor Clark, is yours specific and Councillor Hughes? It's not specific. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, you mentioned you did this already in Lethbridge and other communities. I'm just wondering, what kind of policies would we have different than Lethbridge? Like the affordable housing in other communities, how would the solutions here actually be any different than the solutions that we'd see that you provided to other communities?
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Counselor. I think it's the definition of what the solutions are aiming to address, right, is ultimately the issue. So each municipality, the issue in St. Albert, as has been identified with youth and aging population, might not be the same in other communities, right? And so ultimately, if you're going to have a plan focused on St. Albert, you need to understand what the inventory and the gaps are in St. Albert. And so each community is a little bit different. This is, I'll speak candidly, around the regional table, a big topic of discussion, because not only does it relate to, the potential for regional collaboration as we look at sort of addressing housing holistically, but as was noted, this implicates the potential for transit grants out of the federal government. This implicates the potential for the Canada Community Building Fund, a number of those issues. And it's also generally very, very well received at the province because it's a data-driven discussion, right, on the potential for grants and assistance. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything, but that's fundamentally the issue, is defining St. Albert's context vice anyone else's. The solution to a problem that exists in two municipalities might look remarkably similar, but it's defining the challenge.
Okay, because I'm looking at this thinking, okay, we're talking about the youth, for example. I can tell you that this is not a St. Albert problem. This is a Canada problem. And it's just an income problem. I mean, the youth are most likely to have the lowest incomes, and so therefore, the solution is who has the lowest incomes, and we'd say the youth and the seniors, people who are not working, or people who can't get work because they're under 25 and they've basically lost hope. And so I don't know how this solution would be any different than anywhere else where you'd say there's people who have lower income who can't afford the rent or mortgages. So, and it appears to me that the solution, just based on the nuances and also based on the survey that came in, was that the solution is going to be more densification. And I'm wondering, in any community that you've recommended densification afterwards, has the housing prices on average actually dropped?
Through the mayor. So I think, to step back, I think that it goes without saying that every community is different and that the solutions for different housing issues can be different within the context of a local community. So while some, like you've flagged, that there is a correlation between lower income and having housing pressures or issues, what that looks like on the ground level is different in every community. I think we've already had a session with municipal staff, and there's been a lot of good work that's been done through the planning and development organizations here in the city. But that looks different in different communities. So who is on the ground? You mentioned densification. That is, if you look at the three goals that we had, so as Bahar was mentioning, which went through, it's focused, some of the solutions we focused around, addressing the most vulnerable. The second goal was, focusing on the housing types or what you're actually building, the supply. So maybe densification kind of factors in there. And the third goal is more about a system. So there's a lot more than just what the housing looks like and the form it's taking, that the city can do to address certain people's issues when it comes to affording housing. It might be connecting partnerships, growing the supply of non-market housing, connecting people through programs that already exist for assistance for housing, for assistance for aging in place. It's not strictly always bricks and mortar that makes the difference in terms of housing solutions.
So the housing strategy for doing for non-affordable housing, for example, that's either going to have somebody subsidize it, which would be a government level. So it'd either be that we subsidize it or we're asking the province to subsidize it, which is in some ways out of our control. I'm looking at the solutions of what we're doing and we can come forward with recommendations, but I'm just not confident that the recommendations, I almost feel like I can predict them based on what's been brought forward in the past. And I'm just curious if we're actually thinking of doing something different than what's been done before. Because I'm very concerned about the fact that young people, and actually almost everybody, is becoming extremely house poor at the rate the housing is increasing versus incomes. And that's beyond your control. It's beyond my control, but I'm concerned that the solutions are actually making the problem worse. Because densification has proven over and over again that it does not decrease housing costs, it just decreases quality of life. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is when we're coming forward with this and you're coming forward with the recommendations, if that's what I'm concerned that solutions are going to be recommended by the government at higher levels without actually looking at the consequences of what we're doing, which is going to make the problem that much worse.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Again, I think the issue is to look at it holistically. And so to your point, there is bricks and mortar, there's policy, there's relationships, right? There's a number of pieces. And so identifying the gaps allows you to plan for a potential solution. Some we control, some of the levers, some we don't. So to your question, I don't know if it looks different from the past because we're starting to go through the process now of looking what addressing those issues may entail. And council may support some of that, they may not at the end of the day, but at least we know we've got a data-based understanding of the issue, right? And we can specifically now start looking at addressing with other orders of government, with other partners across the community, what a solution might look like.
Okay, just to finish this up then, what I would love to see in these final documents is, as you talked about database, is evidence from other communities that did this, that actually achieved more affordable overall prices without compromising quality of life. And not just, we need it, here's a solution and a policy, and we aren't going to really look at the effects, but we're going to look at just a glossary term. So I'd love to have that data when it comes forward, actually justify that housing prices on average should expect to go down and that people have a kind of increased hope that they would actually achieve that goal. I don't know if that's actually achievable. Quite frankly, I doubt it. And that's why I'm concerned about bringing forward things that aren't actually achievable, but that's the data that I will be looking for. I'll let you go forward after that for specifics, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. We can go to specific questions and I'll turn it over to Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm somewhat more optimistic in the outcome. Thank you. And I'm not one that follows the densification impacts your quality of life. I think that depends entirely on what the community has and what community supplies. So specifically in relation to these kind of questions, I don't see a particular concern. I guess, are you looking more like then as a continuum? Is that kind of where you're looking at? Because I'm starting to see that in some of our developments where potentially you would have a apartment building that meets some of the early requirements of a young family or a family's just getting started, and then moving in. I mean, that whole Sidex development that we see in Ville-Giroux is kind of built into that framework where there's actually some units that will allow for actually grandparents, maybe they want to move back closer to their younger families or their grandchildren. So is that something where you're looking at providing in relation to that, some sort of that continuum of service, housing supply across?
Absolutely. So when we look at this affordable housing strategy, we'll look at the entire housing continuum from emergency housing that is supposed to be temporary all the way to homeownership within all of the different options from rental in the private market to homeownership in the private market. There may be some non-market housing, but when we're looking at this, it's affordability for everyone and whether, you know, where their options, the housing options that they would need within that continuum.
So in relation to then moving kind of the impact or feedback, pardon me, that I would see is a lot of this depends on, you know, engaging developers and people that actually build homes in relation to that, and so that we can figure that in. So I mean, that's, I believe, where a municipality would have some impact. So how, I mean, I think that's one of the things that I would want to look at. How do we how do we get that feedback from the development community and also from all of the different builders? Because I mean, they're obviously they're not gonna build a product that can't sell. And they're not gonna necessarily want to build something that is just gonna sit on the market or not meet a need. I mean, that's just not what they do. So, I mean, when we look at core housing need, then does that mean that we're gonna have to engage with our homeland housing and we're gonna have to engage with that? Is that kind of what we're looking at?
Councillor Mackay through the mayor, yes, we are engaging with the community housing partners, including Homeland Housing and also with the development community. The housing needs assessment, the data from the housing needs assessment will also inform developers because they will look at that data and see where, there are gaps and housing need that they could actually fulfill.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's really, it's pretty speaks for itself when we're looking at trying to create a community that one of the issues that we've always seemed to have had, at least in my experiences, is that, my son right now is looking at moving back into St. Albert. He's somewhat limited in relation to what he is. He had to move out for school, for work. Now he wants to look at moving back to start a family. That's kind of the ultimate, what I would see, circle of, don't start singing everybody, circle of life. I think that's kind of what I would hope to see in our community. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. So the verbiage missing middle, we keep seeing that repeatedly. How do we define the missing middle? Does that have an income level? Does it have, how do we define that?
Through the mayor. So missing middle can mean different things in different contexts. There's an income sort of framing on it, and there's also a built form framing on it. So you could be talking about missing middle housing that's more affordable in between the higher end and a subsidized housing, something that's affordable for what we call moderate income households. Or you could be speaking to missing middle housing as in townhomes that are located in between, transitioning from single detached homes into more apartment style neighborhoods. So it means different things in different contexts, I guess.
Do we actually have a value within St. Albert? Can we say it's an income of 80,000 or an income of 50,000? Do we actually have an identifier within?
We are pulling it up and absolutely. So just in terms of the methodology, we look at all households and we divide them into equal parts 10 to kind of come up with the deciles. And then based on that, we kind of see what the income levels would be and what percentage within that decile the moderate income households would fall within. But
yeah, thanks, Bahar. So through the mayor, so the moderate income households, so you're looking at all the households in St. Albert. So talking the 4th to 6th income decile that Bahar just laid out, it's just above 80,000 to just above 140,000. If you're looking at renter households, that would be between 57 and just under 100,000. That would be the moderate income households.
Okay, but obviously our young adults are not making that kind of income. My concern with defining an outcome when we don't have control over the income that would attain these outcomes, I kind of feel like we're setting the community up for failure. I kind of concur with Councillor Hughes that we can define all of these outcomes, but we really don't have the guiding force, i.e. the income, to be able to actually attain these. My recent experience in looking for a seniors facility, not my own, Councillor Mackay, there's a relatively new building within St. Albert, and the beginning rental amount is $2,500 a month. Most single seniors could not attain that. So I I'm concerned that we just can't attain the outcomes that are being defined. That's my comment.
Counselor Clark through the mayor. Yes, seniors housing, senior specific housing is expensive. But I think you also have to take it in consideration with regards to the services that are offered, because it's not independent housing. You know, there's meals, there's housekeeping, there's healthcare services that are associated with it. I think what this does, though, is it illustrates that we have to increase our partnerships with some of our not-for-profits, such as Homeland Housing, that do provide a larger level of senior supportive services. Because yes, it is expensive to provide this housing, and yes, the need is great.
And thank you. Just for clarification, this particular building is a 55 and plus. It is independent, so at 2,500, there are no meals, there's no assistance, there's nothing. So, yeah, I know when we moved my mom out, we were at $5,000 a month. So, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I'll go to Councillor Hughes for specific, or your,
As far as this goes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, sure. The problem is that really everybody's having affordability issues. I don't really, unless you are, I like how they think 130,000 is the sunshine list, quite frankly, because 130,000 now after inflation for the past 5 years is the same as making $80,000. And the reality is that people who are making 60, 70, 80 aren't getting the raises to match inflation. Everyone's just getting poorer. So if you want to target something, sure, you can target the extremes. And I just don't know how you're going to make $50,000 for somebody who graduated from university who's got $700 a month in student loans and limited job prospects, be able to somehow be able to afford anything. And that's the challenge I have, is that I'm looking at those kids and they are just, they've given up hope of ever being able to own anything. And my challenge is when we do densification and we encourage apartments, sounds great, except for those condo fees are 600, 700, 800 bucks a month. They're increasing at 7 to 10% a year. They've got cash calls that you don't know about until you find out magically that they're coming in at God knows what number, which frightens them. And you're limited to how the condo board manages itself to find out what happens to you. So I have been looking at condo documents and I have seen condos that are run okay. And I've seen some that are nightmares. And as a person in that, you are limited to their ability to manage for you to determine what your overall costs are going to be. So I'm just warning you, when you talk about increasing apartments, that becomes unaffordable when you have a condo payment that's the same as a $100,000 mortgage, and then somehow being expected to manage. And you're 25 years old or you're 23 years old and you're making $23 an hour and you've got a student loan payment to pay off. So I would say, sure, I wish you luck on trying to figure out how to make blood come out of a stone. And I mean, clearly the people who are seniors are also issues. So as far as a target goes, great. But I think that we've actually reached a price in Canada for housing that it doesn't matter your age. The vast majority of people are struggling to be able to afford their payments. And while Edmonton and St. Albert are considered more affordable than the majority of Canada, I'm talking to people who are 25 years old going to Ottawa that are paying $3,100 a month for a 1-bedroom, that are paying $2,800 for a bachelor suite, sharing it with a friend so they can afford it, and renting out their parking space to make the rent payments. And so, yeah, we're not doing that here, but I feel like we're just like a cooler area of hell as far as trying to handle the payments of trying to be able to afford housing and expect people to move out. And the consequences to that are going to be quite severe, because if people can't afford to live, they don't have children. So, but as far as this goes, sure, that's it. As you can tell, I'm really passionate about this because I've seen the effects of it so recently.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I think there's some generalizations made there and some assumptions being drawn that without site-specific examples might be emotionally based. However, I think the point is that affordability is a concern. We're identifying it. Densification, I think, comes with its merits, but also has its challenges as well, for sure. But I think the point is taken. I will move it to Councillor Cortash for specific questions now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a It's an optimistic picture you paint there, Councilor Hughes. Yeah, with respect to the, goal one here and these outcomes, I mean, it's hard to argue with anything that's there. Of course, we want less people to experience housing need, and we do want more young families and we want more seniors. The one that stands out to me a little bit, number two, I'm not sure what appropriate housing options mean. I had actually a number of seniors in our community in the last election campaign expressed to me, you know, geez, what St. Albert really needs is just some nice bungalows with a nice yard that I could buy for $400,000 and get like, okay, that's not happening, right? Like so what's desired, kind of the want versus the need? What does appropriate housing option mean for seniors to be able to stay here? Might not be what they want. So maybe further clarity on that second outcome.
Through you, Mayor. You're certainly correct in terms of differentiating between want and need. And these outcomes are based on the housing needs assessment. So we're really thinking about what those needs are. In terms of the second outcome, appropriate could mean housing that allows seniors to be connected to services. So it could be a location. It could be around the amenities, the services that they might receive within the housing itself. It could be accessibility needs. So really looking at the housing needs assessment, which is actually a really large document. We kind of condensed it all, where we can then go through it and find what those particular needs are for the senior age group.
Okay. Yeah, other than that, I mean, this looks good. As I said, hard to argue with any of that those are all perfectly acceptable outcomes. I think the devil's in the details in terms of how we achieve that.
Thanks, Councillor Clortash. I'll move it to Councillor Romansky now.
Thank you, and I appreciate this coming forward, but it does somehow seem quite repetitive to me because we've been discussing these same things through all our levels of housing strategies, and I understand that we need this document for federal government, but what I'd like to see in here is, you know, we talk about rentals, we don't have this, but we've been working through many of these things. We've increased our rentals. We've got, you know, plans for Homeland Housing. We've got plans for many things. So I mean, if the document's here to get the funding from the government, we need to be advising that we're halfway there, or we're not just like we're planning a new strategy, because this is looking like we're just coming up with ideas to start something, which includes many things that we've been working on for quite some time. So I don't know how you can word that, you know, continuation of, or final approval of, or needs that, you know, the rentals, you know, the apartments that we have for rentals now have essentially exploded in St. Albert in recent times. So I mean, many of these things seem redundant in the report in my mind, unless it's described with progress that's already happening.
Yeah, I can speak to that through you, Mayor. And all strategies, we have to consider the work that has been done. And you're correct to point out that progress needs to be included. It will be included in the strategy to see where we're starting from, you know, in 2026, the work that has been done in the past, and kind of having a strategy that's forward looking, that brings all the learnings, the experiences from the past, to see what's practical, right? There might be some solutions that you've already adopted in the past that didn't work. Maybe there are some best practices. So as we develop the housing strategy and the goals and the outcomes you see before you, we will develop strategies and actions related to each goal. And those have to be based on what's done in the past, what was done in the past, and the kind of the progress that you've made thus far, and how we can kind of move forward to meeting the needs that were outlined in the housing needs assessment. I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Right. And what I'd like to see going forward again is how to achieve what we're halfway to achieving, or improving on something that we did. And maybe we have those rentals, but you know, we need incentives, rental incentives. We need, you know, you talk about Homeland Housing. I mean, it's gauged on income and things like that. That's more important than saying we need to build these because we built several of these things already. And I'd rather see the comparables and the way of finding success to these things in our community rather than saying, well, Lethbridge is doing this or whatever. I don't, you know, I don't see the need for the comparison of, or Toronto or where have you, right? You know, it's about getting us to the end of what we're working on is most important.
Yeah, Councillor, I'd say two things. I think comparables are useful insofar as there are best practices and there are things that we might want to avoid that other folks have done, right? And so
Right.
it makes sense to learn from others. But to your point, there is a St. Albert specific action plan that comes out of this, right? And that plan needs to, again, the assessment at the end of the day defines what St. Albert looks like and allows us then to look at what we can do. And as has been previously mentioned, city doesn't control all the levers on this, right? We're a stakeholder, or we're a member of a group. There's probably a really good English word that's escaping me right now that is trying to get after what I'm saying, but and so again, the solutions are not all bricks and mortar, right? The solutions
Right.
are relationships. The solutions are partly market driven. The solutions are policies. There's a whole suite of things that I think the team is looking at as we translate. The issue, though, is that we want to make most efficient use of time and resources, right? And engagement. And so what problems are we trying to address? And therefore, what's the best mechanism? The mechanism may be likely to be building upon the successes we've already had, to your point, right?
Right.
But we're not perfect yet. We never will be. But we need that aiming point in the future, right? So that we know how we're addressing things and what we're talking about. Sorry, that was very long-winded.
No,
but
that's fine. And I
yeah.
do appreciate comparables. It's just that the way it was worded, it's kind of like, well, they did this in the community and we're building this strategy for how you can start out. I'm feeling this is just saying where you're starting out, where we're so beyond that. And we probably want to compare results from communities, not start points of communities, to not make the mistakes, so to speak, is what I'd like to see, rather than, finding a way to a success that didn't happen.
I think, sorry, through the mayor, just one last point on this. I think that is a big outcome of why we're here this week, is speaking to all the different parties that we are, speaking to and getting information on what you have tried, what you are doing, what you're halfway through to doing, like, as you're saying, and actually building upon that in a more practical way, what that is specific to St. Albert. So working with the community groups here, what's going on, what are potential partnerships, and how to move forward to complete those goals, as you're saying.
Okay, I just like to hear something new, in the plan. That's, it's just repetitive is my point at the end of it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was actually answered. Councillor Cortesh was asking about the appropriate housing options for seniors. So that was what I was going to ask. And I didn't have any other questions, but I do have one just comment. I like that as a new counselor, I haven't had the repetitiveness. So for me, I like to see the desired outcomes. I think that they look really good. One comment that I hear a lot when you travel somewhere and people say, oh, where you're from? And I say, I'm from St. Albert. And then I often hear, oh, I can't afford to live there. And you hear that over and over and over again. So for me, as a newer counselor, to see something like this, I think is a really good desired outcomes. And I hope that we can find a way to get there.
Thank you. I don't believe there's any more questions related to this goal.
Great, thank you for those insights and feedback. So moving on to goal 2. So again, as you see on your screen, the outcomes, the goal and the outcomes that I walked through. Same question for you. Does this goal, the overall goal represent the right priority for St. Albert? Thinking about the affordability pressures that you're seeing, and in terms of the emphasis on both the diversity and increasing in the supply, is that the right approach? And then kind of, again, the outcomes, are they the right outcomes? Is there something missing? Do they speak and align to what you're hearing from your constituents and the communities?
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll move it, Councillor McKay for.
Yeah, I think you're gonna get a general theme in some of the or first responses, and they're gonna cross probably all three outcomes. I guess the question will be, and how are you gonna measure? And where are you gonna get the data? And do we have to create a new method of determining that? So I mean, how do you, how would you measure some of these would be my comment to you, and I think that would probably answer whether or not these are solid outcomes. So, I mean, expansion in the range of ownership, is that a yearly measurement? Is that a measurement that we get every 3 years, 5 years through the social survey? How do we get the feedback that we're accomplishing these outcomes? And if there's not a measurement, is there an easy way of establishing one? And if not, then maybe it's not the right outcome.
Thank you, through the mayor. That's a great question. So, answering a couple of parts. So in terms of the actual workflow of how this would work inside of the affordable housing strategy, part of the components would be a monitoring framework and implementation considerations and monitoring framework. So that would be, once we've built the actions with staff and council, signing, implementation considerations that the city would need to consider to move forward with those, and then the monitoring protocols, which may include things like you're talking about there of actual annual reporting or those kinds of things. So the details of what that looks like for each of the specific actions or goals would be worked out, with staff, with council moving forward of what's appropriate with each of those goals and actions.
Yeah, fair. Just one follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, is, and it's a glossary thing. What's purpose-built again, just for me?
Purpose-built is basically housing that was specifically built with the intention of being rented out. The secondary rental market would be housing that was built for home ownership, but then is converted to a rental. Primary rental market remains rental in perpetuity. It could be turned into a condo, but the intention is for it to be a rental property.
Yeah, I guess market drives that. I'm always cautious of whenever we have words like increase and expansion. I mean, what does that mean? And is it, I'd much rather say, are we targeting, or because right now, number 2, I mean, you're making that assumption based on your data collection that this is what we require, so therefore we have to increase it. But maybe it goes to some of the previous comments that I just caution. I'm always cautious of increase or stuff. I mean, it could be, maybe certain types of purpose built, that type of stuff, rather than just a broad increase.
But I think maybe Councilor McKay, to your point, there's in the increase of purpose-built rental, if we get into the multifamily space or large-scale multifamily space, it comes with additional considerations with community, like to facilitate service levels in community. I mean, there's a lot of considerations that go into that, and I think we need to be cognizant of that as we consider what purpose-built rental looks like going forward in the community. But with that, I'll move it to Councilor Cortash for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll start with number 2 as well. At first glance, I thought number 2, outcome number 2, it's measurable, it's fairly clear, it's fairly specific. We need more rental housing in the community. I did have a question about how recent the data is, or how, and this is purely anecdotal, but I mean, we've got a rental property in St. Albert 2.5 years ago when we advertised, 3 years ago when we advertised, we had within 24 hours, 50 applicants. Like, it was insane. 6 months ago, exact same property, same price. We had 3 or 4 applicants. Like, it seemed to have changed a lot. Like I said, purely anecdotal. Are these,
Might be the
how
landlord.
quick are we on the?
Could
What's
be the
that?
landlord.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it could be. How up to date is our assessment of rental housing in St. Albert?
Councillor Cortash, through the mayor. The CMHC conducts a rental market report, a survey every October, and reports on the data in January of the subsequent year. So our data is current as of October 2025.
Okay, great. So yeah, outcome 2 then, if that's an identified need, if we have less rental housing than we should, then that makes sense. Number one is interesting to me. I had to read it a few times. I think I understand what it means. We want to make sure that the housing that's being built matches what we project the demand to be. But that strikes me as sort of I mean, we've got some developers in the gallery here today that like isn't that market driven? Don't developers and builders build what people are asking for? I don't know.
Yeah, through the mayor, I can answer that. So to step back a little bit, with the federal needs assessment template that's been mandated now recently, there's a section in it, the section 7, that is linking infrastructure and housing needs kind of together in a more cohesive way that I don't think has been, well, it has not been mandatory previously. And I think that this discussion is something that is lacking in municipalities across the country when you're actually thinking about the specific types of housing needs across the city when planning for infrastructure. So typically the way it works when there's asset management plans, you have a population projection and you build out servicing based on that. But this is adding just a little bit more nuance in it, bringing another person into, or another party into the discussion when you're speaking to specific housing needs that may need to be addressed over the long term. So whether that is building certain types of homes in certain areas and have servicing address those, it's just trying to link all those things together when you're looking at the household projections over time. So that could be influenced by age, like we've talked on earlier, like the growing senior population, or there are many other factors. The household formation or household size is getting bigger or smaller. Are there more families that are multi-generational? Those kinds of things are factored into planning for housing infrastructure over time.
Okay. So the goal then is to have I don't know, I guess the affordable housing strategy, maybe this is just a broader question about the strategy itself. It then is just another tool that those that are building in our community can use to say, oh, there may be a need here that hasn't been considered.
Through the mayor, yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's just another piece of information that can be added to a layer of nuance that can be added when planning for that.
If I may add to that, the affordable housing strategy itself would create that strategic direction as well, so that the development sector can kind of get a sense of also what the city's plans are, what are some of the options that the city might have at its disposal to be able to incentivize certain types of housing developments that would be more in line with, of course, what Matt said in terms of looking at the system as a whole and all the like infrastructure needs. So it is a tool, and it's sets kind of a strategic direction in terms of the community who are builders to see where the city's direction is.
I'm going to go out on some dangerous territory and make something up real quick, Counselor, right? And so I think, traditionally, and I'm oversimplifying this in fairness, right? We've had growth, things build out, and then we project our servicing onto the growth, right? You could almost twist it a little bit, right? And I'll just sort of use an example off the top of my head because we've been working through some of the transit components in terms of the granting. And so we have a plan for a future transit node. It could be a park and ride, it could be anything, right? And so we work with the developer in that area to say, hey, if you've got a plan for the development of this area, could you concentrate some of your density around that transit node as an example? So reverse engineering it a little bit could be one element or one mechanism of the way we approach this. It's maybe a little bit different than, some of the things that we've done historically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm wondering, in the surveys that you did you ask what kind of housing people were looking for to buy? Like, did you say in the next 5 years, or I currently own this and I would want to stay here, or I'd like to move into something different? Did you actually ask what the innate demand would be or desire for somebody where they wanted to live if they had a choice?
Through the mayor, sorry, we're just pulling it up here.
That's fine.
Through the mayor, I don't think we asked that explicit question. We asked their current living situation and asked some questions about housing satisfaction, but that had other layers to it, not specifically about, not just specifically about the type of housing they're in, but it has to do with supports, transit, amenities, those kinds of things.
Because, I mean, honestly, one of the things you have with the housing supply is that you actually meet the demand. And you don't know what the demand is unless you actually ask. And so, like, one of the reasons why single-family homes are going up is because of the government regulations that are forcing more high density than is actually meeting the demand. Some people want to be in townhomes. Some people want to be in apartments because it's their life situation, don't want stairs, et cetera, right? But in the reality is that because the single-family homes have been limited, then the housing cost for single-family homes goes up. So that's why I think that's actually a key piece of information, is understanding whether or not the housing supply that we're doing is meeting the demand of the market. And so when I look at the growth housing supply that keeps pace with scale and diversity, I actually don't know what that means. Like, when you look at it, what does that mean? It keeps pace with scale and diversity. The challenge I have with all three of these outcomes is that they actually don't, I don't know how, as Councillor Mackay said, he doesn't know how it's going to be measured, and I don't know even what would be achieved. Because you can develop a lot of housing that's not in demand, and which does not still lower the cost of the in-demand housing. And the increase in purpose-built rental housing, we're doing that as best as we can. Government can only do that, and that's also development basically mostly from government subsidies. And the expansion of range of ownership, again, I don't know exactly what we're doing there to achieve that, unless we're going to just simply try to build smaller and smaller units. And then, in theory, make that work to a wider range of income levels. But as I said, what they do is we lower the size of the units and keep the price almost the same, and then everything goes back up at higher, which is what we've seen over and over again in a rinse and repeat for the past 15 years. So as far as these outcomes go, I actually don't think they say anything. So that you're asking for feedback, that would be that. The other question I had is, because we're talking about this in the federal government. So what if we actually put forward recommendations that were in contravention with the current federal government policies? Then what? Or are we really looking to put forward recommendations that align with what the federal government wants if the federal government's policies are somewhat driving this study?
Maybe I'll go in first on that. And so the federal government has said thou shalt have a housing needs assessment. We were doing this anyway, honestly, beforehand, because it's prudent planning, right? To understand the space in which you live, right? And then sort of focus things. So the action plan, or ultimately sort of that, is not going to answer the mail for any other order of government. It's going to answer the mail for St. Albert at the end of the day.
Okay, because I would love to see what would happen if we actually did the opposite of what we've been doing so far. Because quite frankly, for the past, as long as I've been on council plus some, the affordable housing has never gotten better. The prices have just continued to climb. And the solution seems to be continually more of the same. So those three things I don't think actually say anything. What I'd love to have is the growth of housing supply meets the demand that is coming in both now and the 5-year forecast. If you ask people, where do you live now and where do you plan to live in the next 5 to 10 years? That actually allows the housing market to reflect in their planning what kind of housing they should be building. But saying I live in an apartment now and it's okay doesn't mean that I don't plan to have a child or 2 or 3 children and not want to live in an apartment in 3 or 5 years. So that number one doesn't exactly state what I think would achieve more affordable housing long-term. The purpose-built rental housing, to me, you can't force anything to be built. I think that the rental market has its own issues, but the reality I look at is that the more supply you have, the less the things cost. So I actually think that this is very relevant to our Northeast servicing, because if we can open up more land, we now have more housing options, and that in it by itself provides more housing, which then lowers the cost because you have competition. So this actually is timely in that way. And that's all I have for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I think maybe to your point too, is that if we're going to look at point 2, which is increased purpose-built rental housing, but if in collaboration with our development community and and those that are responsible for possibly supplying that, if it is not advantageous to do so, then what levers do we have to help incentivize and how we are going to work together in collaboration, because we have our as a stakeholder, one side of it, and what opportunities can we have to meet the needs, meet the demand, and ensure that it's being supplied by potentially in a situation where maybe it's not the preferred destination or build for our development community. But I'll move it to Councillor Patrick for comments as well.
Thank you. If I was to offer like feedback, just on the number 3, so expansion in the range of ownership and housing types. So specifically housing types, so across a wider range of income levels. And I just know, like we have, 2-bedroom bungalows, like in Riverside right now, that would be great for seniors, but they're $800,000, right? And so that one, I just feel like that would be a tough one. Myself, I live in a 4-bedroom house. I would like to go to something a little bit smaller, but everything is more than what my house costs now. I'd like a smaller yard, and I don't even need a garage, and yet it's more expensive than what I have now. And then just in number 2, just the comment on, I'm just curious if, so as an outcome, how do we define what is a healthy and stable rental market? Like, how do we know what's stable in our community?
Through the mayor, that's a great question. So typically, rental markets, you aim for about a 3 to 5% vacancy rate, and that's determined kind of a healthy or stable rental market. When it gets lower than that, that means there's a suppressed supply. The prices are going to go up because the competition for the smaller or the smaller number of units increases. If there's more than that, people stop making rentals because there's a glut of options on the market, and it's not as attractive to build them. So it's kind of that 3 to 5% range for vacancies is what you would target for a healthy and stable rental market.
And maybe this was already said, but what do we know what St. Albert's, what's percentage we're at right now?
Through the mayor, yeah. So it's the 2024 number, I think, was 0.1%, and the 2025 number was a no number because the data was insufficient. So very low.
Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. You've made reference to the 585 responses in the survey. Individuals who participated in that survey, were they St. Albert residents? Do we have the demographic of where they might have currently reside in St. Albert? Because that obviously would skew their opinions and ultimately would skew the outcomes of if we're basing anything on that. And I'm also wondering, Mr. Fletcher, if council might ultimately be able to see the questions and responses with respect to that survey?
Yeah, a couple things, Councillor, just looking it up. So normally on Cultivate the Conversation, you have to put in a postal code. So we don't ask for any more information than that. So that would drive, and then the team can talk through that. The other piece is, yes, the What We Heard report will provide the responses, the questions and answers for all intents and purposes with a summary of everything that's come through that survey.
Okay. And it was done through Cultivate the Conversation, because I actually logged in or didn't log in, clicked on the survey and was actually able to start the survey. So I'm a little concerned maybe it didn't ultimately fall under the Cultivate the Conversation.
Councillor Clark, through the mayor. Yes, the survey was on Cultivate the Conversation. I'm not sure whether it was a requirement to actually log on and put your data, but we did have responses from the survey. Majority of the respondents, 66%, lived in St. Albert for more than 10 years, and only 0.7% did not live in St. Albert. 90% of the respondents were homeowners, and 79%, well, basically 80% lived in single detached homes. So those are the respondents that we got to the survey, and they were predominantly in the, let's see, 34% were 35 to 50, 30% were 51 to 64, and 16 0.5% were over 65. So, you know, we got a wide range of different respondents.
Okay, and young people, how many, like what was the youngest age that
We
actually?
had the 12.5% were aged 18 to 34. So yes, we did not receive as many respondents from youth, from younger households.
Okay, and to my point, then that probably skewed the outcome of what you could assess and not assess. Just a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, it's also the mix that we have fewer younger households than older households.
Yeah, and like any survey counselor, there's statistically relevant elements. We got a very good return, right? And so I think from that perspective, we're fairly comfortable in the conclusions that have come out of this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Patrick.
I just had one, just, it doesn't really have anything to do with this particular survey, but just a comment. Wondering if, like, we ever look at doing a survey like this in the entire area. So like the Edmonton, like metropolitan area, just to get feedback. Like I said, a lot of times you go into Edmonton, you're sitting and people say like, I can't afford to live in St. Albert, or I can't afford to live in like Sherwood Park. It's like the two places that you always hear those. I think it would be really interesting to hear that feedback. And I almost think it would be like a valuable data for us to have, to know who would like to live in St. Albert that can't, that isn't already here or has a connection here. Because I have friends who always say, oh, I'd love to live in St. Albert. You're so lucky to live there. And I have friends that live in Edmonton that come and only use our path system, or they do everything here. They use Service Place, but they don't live here because they can't afford to. Just a comment.
Councillor Hughes, please.
I had one more set of questions. So in the survey, forgive me, I don't have it in front of me and I don't remember. Did we specifically ask if they or one of their family members believes that they would require affordable housing? Or are unable to achieve the housing that they're looking for, or something like this? Like, did we actually ask them? Or are we mostly just talking to people who already own a home?
Yeah, I think based on the percent that the team's looking at, based on the percentage of respondents, Counselor, most folks owned a home, right? Who
Right, but
responded.
did we ask who is looking for affordable, like, hi, my name is Sandy and I am looking, I feel like I cannot afford my housing, or I'm looking for affordable housing, or I'm having challenges being able to have a home, or I'm not in the type of housing that I actually feel my family needs. For example, I'm in an apartment and I actually want a townhouse or something like that. Did we ever ask any of those type of questions?
Councillor Hughes, through the mayor, we did not ask that specific question, but we did ask what the top housing priorities were for respondents. So the highest priority is that there should be a variety of housing options. There's for people to remain in St. Albert at different stages of life. And then the second one is there should be a variety of home sizes and prices to buy or rent. And thirdly, there should be lower cost rental housing options available for seniors. And then there was at-home supports, and housing should be available for everyone. And an overwhelming majority of respondents, basically 87%, reported their current home, including its location, met the needs of their households. So I think from an ownership perspective, because we had such a high percentage of owner households, they're happy with their homes right now.
Right. So, but if we're just asking people who have homes who bought it before when they were more affordable and asking what they think that the needs are, then we're not actually asking the people who need that housing. So it would have been helpful if we'd actually said, do you or anyone in your house are unable to have the housing they're looking for? So for example, do you have a 26-year-old that can't move out of their home? Like from my point of view, if I have a 26-year-old, I can pay for their housing because I have been since birth, type of thing. But that 26-year-old may require housing. We didn't actually ask them. So it would have been helpful to say, is there anybody there? Because then we're doing a target specific where we can actually say this is where the demand is, and not from people who aren't experiencing that demand. And then ask them specifically what kind of housing would they be looking for if they could get it based on their demand. That would have been helpful information. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. But I also think it's, your point's well taken, but it's also important to recognize the survey is one mechanism of engagement on this, right? And there are the targeted focus groups and some additional course engagement that's happening, right? That will flesh that out as well.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Fletcher. I just think that we actually need, if you want to ask somebody what kind of dress they want, you should ask the person what kind of dress they want and not ask everybody else what they think that that person wants to wear. So I just think that would have been valuable information as we're trying to move forward. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hughes. I believe that's it for questions regarding the second goal.
Thank you for that. And moving on to the last goal. So this is the system goal in terms of coordinated and responsive housing system. So again, does this goal represent the right overall priority? Thinking about the housing system as a whole, we talked a lot about increasing supply, but this is really in line with partnerships, bringing different stakeholders and actors within the housing system together. And then in terms of the outcomes here, again, is this the right outcome? Is this what you're hearing from your constituents? And are there any enhancements or changes that we can make?
Thank you very much. We'll start with questions from Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on number 1, development of local emergency and transitional housing, to me implies that the city of St. Albert is going to develop that and I don't think at this point we have the intention of doing that. But certainly, you know, in partnerships to support that. But I think using the word development implies that we're actually going to take care of it. Thank you.
Thanks to the mayor. Just to speak to that quickly. So yeah, we can definitely tweak the words there. The intention here is that that's the outcome of the actions of the strategies and that type of housing would be developed. But we can definitely tweak the language there to make it clear that we're supporting it from the city's perspective.
Yeah, I would be more comfortable with that because otherwise someone is going to actually try and hold our feet to the fire. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the final goal, right? There were 3 goals. So where does, one of the things we heard during the presentation was we had 342 people on a waiting list for Homeland Housing. And so, and I'm not 100% familiar with exactly what Homeland Housing does. I'll get there. Still learning. But it's subsidized or it's rent. What are 342 people on the waiting list for?
It's through the Councillor Cortash, through the mayor. The 342 people are actually on the rental assistance benefit program waiting list. So Homeland Housing operates the provincial rental assistance benefit program for the Homeland Housing Service area, which includes St. Albert. So those are the people who are on the waiting list specifically for St. Albert.
And sorry, what is the program? What?
It is a rental subsidy.
Okay.
For people to afford their rent, their accommodation wherever they may live. It's based on income and it's a legislative point scoring system. So you have to meet specific criteria in order to be eligible for that. And there's also limited funding available. So that illustrates that the number of people on the waiting list doesn't match what the funding is.
Okay, so that program, people can live wherever and then they receive a subsidy. They're not specific units that are operated by Homeland Housing.
Homeland Housing also operates housing from affordable housing in other communities right now. They have affordable housing in Paul Crosscroft Port in Mornville and also in Westlock. And then they offer senior specific housing through the Lodge program, the senior self-contained program, and also the affordable housing, seniors affordable housing through Northridge Place. So.
Okay, so is that what I'm trying to figure out is where does that fit in the affordable housing strategy? Is that a lack of funding for Homeland Housing and subsidy? Presumably that comes from the provincial government, or I don't know where the subsidy from Homeland Housing comes from. Maybe it's us, maybe it's municipal government. How much comes from us? And so is it all municipal or is it anyway, I don't think that really matters for my question right now, but I'll want to know that later. So yeah, where does that fit in the affordable housing strategy? We need more funding for rent subsidy or we need lower rental housing or both?
It illustrates what the demand is. Right now for the affordable housing, I believe the wait list is 4 years long. The lodge program, I think, is a year long, and that's the shortest waiting list right now from the information I've received. Councilor Bermansky, you might know a little bit more as part of a member of the board. But it illustrates that there's a high demand in St. Albert, and, you know, we need to sort of look at actions, which we are doing, you know, through 22 St. Thomas and other partnerships to address some of these needs.
And is that does that fall into one of the goals, like more lodge housing and more, you said that identifies the needs. So I guess that was addressed in some of the other goals earlier with providing more rental housing and that type of thing.
The needs assessment is also being used, is also a requirement of the province for their housing programs. So it also identifies where our needs are and, you know, actions that other organizations are actually looking at doing to address some of these needs as well.
And if I may add, as part of this goal, a strategy could be advocacy to the province and upper levels of government for the funding and program expansions that you may need.
Okay. I guess looking at all three goals, a lot of them are, in my opinion, sort of very general statements that, yeah, we'd like to have all these things. I think something a little bit more targeted around the subsidies, around the lodge housing, around just increasing the capacity through Homeland Housing there might be appropriate. If it is, that seems to me maybe missing a little bit of that specificity. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Cortesh. Councillor Patrick, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could help me to understand a little bit better number 3. So increased transparency and accountability in housing delivery. Just wondering how would are we not fully transparent right now? Like I just don't understand and then by a monitoring framework. I'm just not sure I fully understand number 3.
Through the mayor, yeah, that is a good question. We've already received that feedback from staff yesterday. So point well taken that we're going to be rewording that, the increased transparency and accountability. The outcome here is meant to improve communication, basically education and communication of what the city's doing, how things have progressed, and then measuring those outcomes based on these, or measuring the outcomes of the strategies and actions moving forward and what the city's doing. So it's just more about an education, communication, and making things more available for the public and for developers as well to know what the trends are going.
And if I may just add to that, the education and communications piece could also be progress reporting and just making that information available in an accessible way so that people can, the public to, you know, developers and others who may be more familiar with the housing system can attain that information.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes I think when it comes to wording like that, like less is more.
Thank you very much. And like I said, you stole my question, but just with that, so just for clarification then on that third point, there isn't a perceived or identified risk here that we are not transparent or, okay. So just we're going to clean that up. Yeah, for sure. Okay, thank you. And I believe that's it for goal number 3. I would say maybe we endeavor to take a break for lunch. Or do we want to?
Is this?
Or do we want to?
We just had a sort of next step slide, but we're
Okay.
happy. I think we can, so safely sort of
Wrap
push
up.
by that. But
For
we've
sure.
got ample feedback that'll sort of occupy us for the next little while. So I'm just looking at the team. Do you guys need to address anything? Or are you good?
No, I just can just call out what's on the slide here. Basically just a couple points here of how we're going to wrap this up over the next couple months. So we're going to be doing the community engagements that we talked about the rest of this week. After we get the feedback from that, synthesizing the engagement feedback, incorporating that into the needs assessment, then moving forward to finalizing the housing strategy. We'll be moving forward with finalizing the housing needs assessment to meet the federal requirements in May, and then moving forward with that, developing and finalizing the affordable housing strategy for June and July. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation and the time and effort you put in for this. Now, I think maybe as a fair time, Mr. Fletcher. call for-
I think so, Mayor.
For sure. We'll call for a 45-minute recess. All righty. We will try. Just wait.
We probably just need another couple minutes to herd the cats, Councillor.
Good. Much. So far, appreciate the presentations to date. We are, as amended, gonna go into the non-revenue water update, and I'll move that to Mr. Fletcher to start.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, Council. This is, there are some questions that stemmed from the last discussion over what was termed water loss, but effectively, try to define what that means. Rather than sort of put together a formal, frankly, rather than going back and forth on email, figured it would be just easier to convene in this venue and allow you to ask whatever questions you might have with the expert here and cut out the middleman. So we've got Regan Lefebvre here, and I will turn it over. Tim, are you going to make any introductory remarks?
No, that's fine, Mr. Fletcher.
All right,
over to you.
so over to you, and we'll go from there.
So I guess to start with, there was a question from Councillor Koratosh. Maybe I'll start with that. I prepared a response to that. So the question was, it looks like we budget 4% water loss per year based on the report provided. But the report also says that in 2025, we only had 3.5% water loss. If I'm understanding correctly, this is a good thing. That said, the quarterly report from last week shows we had to spend $281,000 more in water expenses and $489,000 more in water treatment due to higher than expected water loss. That seems to contradict the explanation that we had less water loss than expected. So 3.5% water loss through the chair. 3.5% water loss is a good thing. However, we were not budgeting 4% water loss in the 2025 budget. We have included 4% water loss in the 2026 budget. What we were including in 2025 was substantially less than that. I think it was a miscommunication between utilities and finance. We sort of co-manage the rate building and they look after the utility rate model. But water loss was in the utility rate model up until 2018, and then it was inadvertently removed. The calculation was rendered ineffective. So from 2019 to 2022, water loss was not included in the utilities budget. And that affects both the water budget and the wastewater budget. At the end of the year, we end up in a deficit position and we end up putting less money into our reserves. So we end up with a hole in both of those budgets. From 2023 to 2025, we had included some water loss, but there was a miscommunication and they were only including water loss on growth. So the additional growth of the city. So it was 4% on 0.5%, which was, we were including 0.02% water loss. So only a very small fraction. And that was included in the flat rate. So for 2026, for the budget this year, we're now incorporating 4% water loss, and it's into both the water and the wastewater budgets, and it's on the variable rate. So it's on the price per cubic meter that people are paying for their water. And the second question that you'd had, Councillor Koratosh, was is outdoor water loss related to water? Is outdoor water use related to water loss? I gather outdoor water use is, for example, when contractors, landscapers hook up to fire hydrants, et cetera, and they're exempt from sewer wastewater fees, which makes sense. However, we still end up paying for that. So in effect, are we subsidizing the water use for landscapers and other outdoor water users? I was thinking that outdoor water use could be hydrant flushing, ice arenas in the winter, that kind of stuff, but that would count as water loss, not outdoor water use. So my response to this is it is related. Some of our outdoor water use customers are billed separately from our Temperus billing system and need to be manually accounted for and manually billed. So that's the hydrant meters, things like that. We also have our bulk water stations. Some of our outdoor water use customers are billed and they are on the Tempest system. And so we've got some that are irrigation services only. We've got the man-made lake in Jensen Lakes as another example. We've also got some customers in sort of far-flung areas of the city that don't have access to sanitary sewer services. So all they have is the water. So we only bill them for the water, but within that rate, we have built the wastewater treatment component because we have to pay for wastewater treatment for all water that gets used in the city, whether it's coming back to the wastewater system or not. So they're not being billed for the portion of the collection system. We're not billing them for the collection piece, but we are billing them for the wastewater treatment piece, and that's built into their per cubic meter rate for water. If we didn't do that, the more water we sold to these types of customers, we'd end up with a hole in both our water and our wastewater budgets. We'd end up with a hole in our wastewater budget. It's actually, yeah. And so one thing to add to this is we build this, all the revenue comes to our water budget for this. So even though it's a rate that's built up based on what our cost to provide water and our cost to treat the wastewater, all the revenue comes to water and it doesn't go to wastewater. So we do end up with about a $200,000 hole in our wastewater budget and a $200,000 lift in our water budget. But it's the same customers. It's something that I'll probably look to rectify in future budgets in future years. It used to be a much smaller amount, about $70,000 per year, but with the substantial rate increases we've seen with Aero Utilities, and we've had additional new customers like the Man-Made Lake and Jensen Lakes, now it's about $200,000 a year. So it's something that I think we should be accounting for within the budget. Right now, we don't budget for the additional revenue within the water budget for outdoor water use customers, and we don't budget for the gap that we've got on the wastewater treatment side.
Maybe I'll jump in and add, we made sure to make, like, it's called non-revenue water, and water loss has been the coined term. It's not actually lost water, and by and large, it is actually water that, it's a volume of water that varies from the source of what we purchase from EPCOR and the volume that is metered through all of our various metering accounts.
Go ahead, Councilor Cortez.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much for that. Yeah, that helps. Definitely on the water loss, that made a lot of sense. I understand that, and I was trying to figure out why the numbers weren't adding up in the budget, and that helped a lot. I not sure I've totally followed on the outdoor water use and as it relates to the budget. I know we had in our report, it said 258,000 less revenue because outdoor water use is exempt, but I think what I just understood. So outdoor water use are the folks that are using water, hooking up to the fire hydrants or at the, I can't remember what you call the bulk water station. They are or are not getting billed for, I know the city gets billed for the wastewater treatment plant for that. Are the users of that outdoor water getting billed for it as well?
We're charging them a higher per cubic meter rate. It's more than double. And because we need to account for the wastewater treatment charges within the rate. So it's built into the water rate, the wastewater treatment charge. So they are paying substantially more for their water because we're incurring that cost. Otherwise, it's the remainder of the customers in the city that would be paying more.
Yeah, for sure.
To subsidize that.
And so does it cover the amount that we're charging, even though it's double more? Does
does.
it cover the cost of the treatment? Like, so that would be
It
Jensen Lake.
does cover the cost. The problem is right now it's going to water. It's not going to wastewater. So we're still ending up with a bit of a hole in our wastewater budget, and we're getting extra revenue in the water budget. So I would like to balance those off, but up until these recent years, it has been a small dollar amount, like $50,000 to $70,000 a year. Now we're close to $200,000 a year.
So that's the 143,000 in higher outdoor water consumption, higher revenue on the water consumption side. So higher revenue for water, but lower revenue that, what do we have? We had 258,000 less revenue for the outdoor water. That's that discrepancy. It's showing up in the, okay. I mean, it's still, and so then what's the $100,000 difference? If we were 258,000 short on the wastewater revenue, but only 143,000 higher on the water revenue, does that mean we're not
It doesn't
charging?
fully explain the difference. There's other nuances as well. That doesn't fully explain the difference. You're correct. So
I just want to make sure we're charging that as you said, the cost of the wastewater treatment isn't falling on the non-users of that water, but it sounds like it's not.
Correct.
Okay. So that's all I had. I didn't realize this was specifically coming back just for my questions, but thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the unmetered municipal uses, you've also got firefighting in here. Are we able to recover any of that loss with respect to fighting a dwelling fire or anything like that? Is there a way to meter our fire hoses so that we can actually know how much we're using?
It would be difficult because with the metering adds a restriction on the flow. And when the firefighters are fighting fires, they don't want to have any type of restriction on the amount of flow that's coming out of the hydrant in order to fight the fires. We do meter the hydrants that we use for our water flushing as well. Just because the flows are less substantial and we're able to meter that. So for our water flushing and our sewer flushing, we meter it. We also do some flushing for the new development areas, and the developers pay us for the water that's used there, and they pay us for that service. So we do meter there, and we bill there. The water that we use for flushing internally, we don't charge that to the customer. It ends up in the water loss, and all customers end up paying towards that flushing, similar with the water that's used for firefighting. It is a small percentage we expect, the amount of water that's used for firefighting. I don't imagine that it's substantial in the water loss. The majority of water loss is likely due to metering errors. Over time, older water meters do not fully register the amount of water that's flowing into people's homes and businesses. So over time, that's why we need to replace the meters on a 15-year ish cycle. After 15 years, they're just not fully capturing all of the water that's going into those establishments or into those customers' premises. So,
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Cortez, you have a.
Sorry, just one more quick one. While you're here, I thought I'd ask. I've heard of people installing devices after their water meter that change. I don't know how they work. Put some kind of pressure back on the water meter that allow them to get the same water causes the water meter to not measure the water the right way. I don't know. Have you heard of these things?
have not heard of anything like that. We have seen water meters go negative occasionally. And that's generally when you heat the water, your hot water tank can actually push water backwards through the meter. Low flows tend to be, a dripping tap faucet, things like that. Those are harder to measure. Those little drips, it's really hard to measure at the low flows. The new meters that we have are much more accurate, and they're bidirectional as well. They rely on sound waves. The old water meters, which the majority of customers have, it's a positive displacement. So there's sort of a little impeller inside there, and the faster the water is flowing, the faster the impeller turns, and then it calculates based on that. The new water meters use sound waves, so there's no functional mechanical parts to them, and they're much more accurate at those low flow levels.
Yeah, I was curious because the report talked about water meters not recording properly or that type of thing, and that could be part of the water loss. But anyway, I'll send you this. It was interesting.
Okay.
Back to Councilor Clark.
Oh, that brought up another question. So do we require our residents to allow us access to replace their water meters? How does that happen if we've got that many people that actually have old water meters? Like, how are they replaced?
Our water bylaw allows us to enter premises for the purposes of replacement of water meters. And it's actually a service that we primarily contract out. So we use a third party to do most of those installations, and they act as our representative, and they have permission to access people's properties as well. But, as a courtesy, we tend to make appointments for those types of things as well. So.
Okay, but do we require, like, if your water meter's 15 years old, then you need to make an appointment to have it replaced?
We will schedule appointments based on when we think water meters are due for replacement. Some water meters, when we start to, our finance department actually monitors usage through the system, and if they see substantial changes in water usage, then they'll send our third party to investigate as well. So it may be something other. It may not be the water meter itself, but if we have a suspicion that a water meter is not functioning properly, we do investigate those. Yes.
Okay, but there is no actual, 15 years, 20 years. There's no timeline as to when you need to replace these. It's based on somebody actually seeing something that's triggering it.
There's triggers, and we do have some timelines that are built into our plans for water meters as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We're coming up on a big cycle for water meter replacement. I don't know if everyone remembers. I think it was about 12 years ago. We did a lot of water meter installations in the city. We're going to be coming up on that. So we'll be substantially installing some new water meters. So.
And we pay the cost of them The new meter or
The
do the
replacement meters we pay
residents?
for, the first water meter is built into the utility service connection fees. So that pays for the cost of the initial water meter that goes into a home or a business. The replacement water meters are the city's cost, but it's built into, the recovery is built into our utility rates. So our utility rates cover the cost of those replacement water meters.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hughes, please.
Yeah. Yeah. So a quick question here again. So you mentioned about the loss was at 50,000 and now it's at 200,000, I think. Can you just expand on that? Because I somehow missed what you were saying there. Why did it increase so much? Like,
That's the discrepancy between the outdoor water usage, right? So we have a higher rate per cubic meter for outdoor water
Yeah.
usage, which results in more revenue for water and it results in less revenue for wastewater. There's a gap
Right.
there on the wastewater side because we're not doing a transfer. I would say 3 or 4 years ago, it was about $70,000 a year.
yeah.
We have had additional new customers, the Jensen Lake. Our largest outdoor water use customer is the Jensen Lake Man-Made Lake, which we didn't have 5 years ago, right? But Aero Utilities rates, which is the wastewater treatment charges that we've incorporated into that rate, they've gone from $1.42 a cubic meter to $2.75 a cubic meter. So that's almost double in 3, 4 years here. So the amount that we're incorporating into those rates for these customers has also doubled. So
That is huge. So the 200,000 difference in part is because of the rate change.
it is in part of the rate change with Aero Utilities. That's correct. Because that's the piece, we're incorporating that piece into our rate for outdoor water use customers.
I'm looking at Councillor Mackay and that's a huge increase. Going forward, what are we anticipating for rate increases on that?
I mean, we're building in a whole new rate structure based on the,
Mm-hmm.
and at most you're looking at inflation costs.
Okay, so we're looking at like 3 to 5% type of thing going
Well,
forward?
whatever the inflation is, I can't.
Yeah, but we're not looking at any more 10 and 20%. Okay. Because that's quite frightening, quite frankly, the level of increase. But thank you I know it makes sense, the 50 to 200,000. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any additional comments regarding the this agenda item, so we will move to our final one for today, which is our Northeast Servicing, the financial analysis assumptions, and I'll turn that over to Mr. Fletcher when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. We'll just need a couple minutes to do a staff change. So while everyone's getting set up, I know the things are front and center, and so oh, I waited till the mayor left before I started talking. I'll give it another second, sorry.
He asked me to send an alarm clock for him.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. So obviously this is just to frame sort of the intent of today, obviously some very recent, I think, positive news. The federal government as it relates to potential for servicing up into the Northeast. And so, the team has actually done a lot of work in the last week since the announcement to frame this discussion to include some of that analysis. But at the end of the day, the purpose is really to talk about the modeling that we've done and to look at the implications of a couple of courses of action, right? One is St. Albert goes it alone from a front-ending perspective of the entirety of the cost. And then the other factors in the mitigation, right, or the impact of the federal funding. And so we'll walk through that and walk through the assumptions that underpin it as well. Not looking for a decision today. This is an opportunity for discussion and understanding, and anticipate then that there would be a more fulsome decision-based discussion, I think due to Councillor Hughes' motion, which is going to be heard on the 21st at the council meeting. So I will stop there and turn it over to Mr. Slatt for next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I am For the record, I am Adrian Slatt, Managing Director of Planning and Infrastructure. I will be presenting for Christina Peter, Director of Planning and Development. She blew out her voice last night watching the game, and she's online to answer some questions, but the haul of these few slides here, I'm going to carry that. So I am joined by my colleagues today, Ann Victor, Director of Finance and Strategic Services, and Donnie George, Director of Engineering. We are here to present information for Council's consideration in advance of the decision scheduled for April 21 regarding Northeast Servicing Project Charter CM 26-005. Just before we begin, I would like to acknowledge and thank the many members of the broader team who are supporting today's discussion. In addition to the aforementioned Ms. Peter, we have a number of the other subject matter experts online to be able to answer as many questions as possible as we go through this presentation. The work today represents a collaborative effort between planning, engineering, utilities, financial services, and the team's collective expertise underpins both the information being presented today and the recommendations that will be brought forward to Council on April 21. This was a complex assignment that required the evaluation of numerous scenarios and ongoing adjustments in response to evolving information, as Mr. Fletcher alluded to. So to provide Council with a comprehensive understanding of administration's analysis and forthcoming recommendation, today's presentation is going to be organized into six sections, essentially. These sections address the planning and engineering and financial considerations relevant to Northeast Servicing. So we'll talk about where we started, where we've been, and where we are today. From a starting point, we'll go back as far as the city's municipal development plan Flourish and the Sturgeon County annexation. Then provide information regarding servicing in the northeastern quadrant of the city, and then talk about the Northeast Servicing Project from a technical perspective, and then present our financial analysis as it relates to offsite levies, borrowing, debt capacity, et cetera, and then close with some potential or anticipated next steps. As Mr. Fletcher noted, administration had been spending a significant amount of time to try to prepare all of this analysis for Council to better understand Northeast Servicing implications, and that analysis took place without the grant funding. So since last Tuesday, there's been a lot of people that have been scrambling based on the people that I saw logged on last night and this morning on the presentation up until today to try to get this information prepared. So if you do note any minor errors, you'll just have to provide a little bit of reciprocal grace for that. I appreciate that. Now, this slide here, it's kind of just establishes a fundamental understanding, but you won't see this really anywhere else. It was in the agenda report. The important thing about this slide is to briefly touch on the units of growth that are being discussed, because that was foundational to the team's analysis. So growth can vary across disciplines and departments, and growth in one area does not necessarily correspond directly with growth in another area. So for example, population growth does not always align with the number of housing units constructed. Assessment growth may increase even when land absorption remains relatively low. And as a result, throughout this discussion, you'll hear population growth, land absorption, economic growth, but for the purposes of the main part of the city's evaluation, the financial analysis related to the infrastructure front ending, the primary and most relevant measure of growth outlined in the agenda report is land absorption. So starting off with the municipal development plan in 2021, the city adopted Flourish, the city's municipal development plan. The MDP is a statutory planning document approved by Council that provides long-term strategic direction to growth or for growth and development. Administration applies this document to assess development applications and to implement policies and programs aligned with Council's vision. Flourish established a strategic framework for land development and built form as a city plan toward a total population of approximately 100,000 residents. Based on extensive background research, the city's foundational approach to greenfield growth prioritized development in the west alongside with intensification within the existing areas on the St. Albert Trail corridor. This idea has been discussed at some length with previous council and has been discussed with this council. But for our purposes, a priority area for growth implied more active city involvement as it relates to servicing. That does not preclude other parties from bringing forward servicing that more directly benefits their interests. The priority areas for growth supported several key municipal objectives, including increasing non-residential development within the Lakeview Business District, creating an additional employment area to reduce commuting to other communities, enabling construction of the new community amenities site, maximizing returns on existing infrastructure investments, including Ray Gibbon Drive, and encouraging reinvestment in underutilized lands along St. Albert Trail and within downtown. At the same time that Flourish was being written, the city pursued annexation of lands from Sturgeon County. The annexation process included a growth management study that had examined future land needs and the impacts of growth on the city. Assuming higher than average population growth, the study determined that the St. Albert's the St. Albert's supply of developable land was estimated at approximately 17 to 25 years as of 2018. The study also assessed the financial impacts of annexation and concluded that if infrastructure investments were made strategically, both in terms of location and timing, the city could grow in a financially and developmentally stable, sustainable manner. These conclusions were contingent upon development occurring in accordance with the timelines and staging roughly identified in this slide. Advancing infrastructure prematurely or expanding investment across those multiple servicing basins simultaneously would increase financial pressures and could have subsequent tax implications for ratepayers. Accordingly, recommendations that came from the growth study were that the city should avoid premature investment in future servicing basins and instead prioritize development in the west. Only those areas approaching absorption should the city in only those areas approaching absorption should the city proceed with servicing investments in the northeast servicing basin. And if you can't, obviously you probably can't quite read the graphic there, but essentially the orange and the red are areas that were identified for early on servicing, first stages of priority development, and then the yellows followed by the greens. And this is in the city's annexation fiscal impact analysis. So following provincial approval of the annexation in 2022, Flourish was updated to reflect the expanded municipal boundary and the findings of the annexation growth management study. The updated plan reaffirmed the prioritization of growth in the west and continued intensification along St. Albert Trail corridor, consistent with the population projections and development timelines of Flourish. Administration also continued to monitor indicators that would trigger future infrastructure investment. It should be noted that areas for growth were not prioritized at the time of Flourish's adoption due to the upfront infrastructure costs required and because additional greenfield land was not needed to meet projected growth at the time. However, these areas were intentionally distinguished from future urban growth areas. Development could proceed where proponents were willing to front-end servicing costs or where federal or provincial funding was available to support growth. Since the most recent update of Flourish in 2022, several additional factors have now emerged that warrant consideration that impact the northeast servicing area and growth within St. Albert. Servicing capacity supporting lands within the communities of Jensen Lakes and Aaron Ridge North has been fully allocated. As a result, administration has been working with the developers Landrex and Melcor to identify alternative servicing solutions that would enable continued development in these communities. These communities were assumed contributors to the population targets identified within Flourish. In addition, the Northeast St. Albert Area Structure Plan was approved by City Council in 2025, followed by the subsequent redistricting of the municipal reserve parcel intended for future school use. At this time, no servicing capacity is available to support development within those ASP lands. In response, administration has examined a range of tools and approaches, including short-term interim servicing solutions, alternative funding mechanisms such as grants and third-party investment, and the restriction of development in areas where servicing capacity is not available. More recently, the availability of federal grant funding has altered the city's financial context. Access to the Build Community Strong funding reduces the upfront financial burden on the municipality, improves the feasibility of advancing development in additional areas of the city. So that concludes the planning-related portions of the presentation. Next, Ms. George will speak regarding servicing in the northeast quadrant of the city and the Northeast Servicing Project.
Thank you, Mr. Slat. Can click the next arrow. Can you press the button to advance the slide? Yeah, thank you. As you can see, the Northeast Growth Area is a vast land of approximately 1,000 hectares that will serve the city with more than 25 years of land supply. For the development of the Northeast Growth Area to be suitable for its intended purpose, municipal infrastructure and servicing must be available and have sufficient capacity for the new development. The Northeast Project is the ultimate solution to kickstart necessary utility services, which includes 1.4 kilometers of water line, 3.2 kilometers of wastewater line, and a lift station, and 2 kilometers of stormwater line as shown on the map. It is worth noting that this is the first of a series of projects that will be required to service this vast area of land as shown in the beige color. Since at least 2008, it has been known that there is limited servicing capacity to support full build out of the Northeast Growth Area and that a Northeast Servicing Project would be required. This information has been incorporated into area structure plans and utility master plans throughout the years. For example, the Jensen Lakes ASP notes, quote, currently there is very limited servicing capacity within the existing infrastructure. The existing capacities do not have the ability to support the complete development of Jensen Lakes, unquote. The city's offset levy bylaw has recognized and incorporated the sanitary component of the project since 2010, the water component in 2012, and the storm component in 2013. So as you can see the purple outline there, so how did we develop all these lands in the Northeast area within the Erin Ridge North and Jensen Lakes ASPs that relied on the Northeast servicing? So we'll find out in the next few slides. Through the Northeast Servicing Project, though the Northeast Servicing Project is the ultimate first project to holistically service the Northeast Growth Area, the development has been proceeding in this area by utilizing the remaining servicing capacity that was available in the existing neighborhoods, including the Erin Ridge and Oakmont sanitary system and the Erin Ridge Oakmont stormwater system. As developers came forward with their initial development applications within the Northeast Servicing Basin, they have been able to use the limited available remaining capacity in these existing utility systems. The allocation of the remaining capacity has allowed for the near complete build out of Erin Ridge North and the partial build out of Jensen Lakes as shown in the purple shaded area. There's also an outline of the ASPs also shown up there. What is this remaining servicing capacity in Erin Ridge and Oakmont? We will cover that in the next few slides. Adrian, please advance the slide. Yeah, thank you. This slide focuses on the sanitary servicing. The blue area indicates Jensen Lakes, green indicates the Erin Ridge North, and red area indicates Oakmont and Erin Ridge catchment areas for sanitary flows. The sanitary sewer system in Erin Ridge and Oakmont includes oversized gravity piping, which is the 450 millimeter diameter, and the Oakmont lift station pumping capacity that was intended to support a portion of the growth further to the north, including both Jensen Lakes and Erin Ridge North, the green and the blue area, with limited capacity. We can advance one more click, please, Adrian. Yeah. So this is what we kept referring to as the limited remaining sanitary capacity in the red zone that supported growth in the green and blue area. In 2020, it was noted that the existing remaining servicing capacity in the downstream system was close to being fully either utilized or allocated. The city initiated discussions with the active developers in the area and entered into a memorandum of understanding to progress the planning and design of the ultimate Northeast Servicing Project, which is shown on the right-hand side with the dotted line. The MOU included non-binding commitments to outline responsibilities to undertake design of the Northeast Servicing Project and work in good faith to find a mutually agreeable funding model prior to construction. In 2022, the remaining servicing capacity downstream was determined to have been fully allocated, and a letter was sent to active developers notifying that future development may not be able to occur unless additional capacity was found or created. Since that time, on a case-by-case basis, the city has permitted developers to exchange subdivision stages to best utilize their allocated capacity to advance some prioritized development to construction. To date, in 2026, the existing sanitary capacity continues to be fully allocated with no further remaining servicing capacity available for allocation. Other interim measures have been explored to potentially find some further capacity within the existing system. To date, this has included the small-scale waterproofing of existing sanitary sag manholes to reduce inflow and infiltration, which then releases some capacity to offset the wastewater flows from the development of additional lands. Pipe storage is another option that has been explored since 2025 and is expected to create some limited additional capacity to enable a few additional stages of development in the active area. Next slide. This slide focuses on the storm servicing. The development in Erin Ridge North is currently utilizing a chain of 3 stormwater management facilities which flows through the existing Erin Ridge and Oakmont system in the interim, just like the sanitary. The existing Erin Ridge and Oakmont storm system was oversized to accommodate a limited flow rate of stormwater from the upstream Erin Ridge North Basin. So this is what we kept referring to as limited remaining storm capacity in that circle purple area. As Erin Ridge North developed, the collection and retention of stormwater flow quantities entering the storm system continue to increase, and the detention time in the stormwater management facilities is extended to longer duration due to the downstream restrictions in the Erin Ridge Oakmont system, which includes the pipe sizes, stormwater management facility storage, and Erin Ridge stormwater lift station. The increased detention time in the stormwater facility is driven by additional runoff from lands outside the original planned catchment areas, increases the risk of surcharging and flooding during major storm events. The ultimate Northeast Servicing Project diverts the stormwater flows directly to the Sturgeon River with increased capacity to accommodate flows, allowing for a faster drawdown of the stormwater management facilities upstream, which is shown on the dotted red line towards the right-hand side of the map. Next slide, please. The slide focuses on water servicing. Water servicing improvements are required to provide adequate flows and pressures for consumption and fire emergencies for the future development lands in the Northeast. Initial hydraulic analysis shows that the Northeast ASP will face challenges meeting water system design standards. The long-term solution will be a new water reservoir built in the North area, servicing both North and the Northeast area. However, the Northeast Servicing Project will only be providing the first step, which is the construction of a section of the future reservoir fill line, which will function as a water transmission line in the interim, as shown in the map in the dotted red line. The water transmission line will connect back into the existing water distribution system, which is the blue lines shown there, which will provide an incremental improvement to the existing system for water flows and pressures. As development in the Northeast continues, further extension of the future reservoir fill line, which is the solid red line on the top, and the eventual construction of the North Reservoir will be required. For timing, the timing of the future North Reservoir is currently being evaluated in the 2025-26 Ultimate Utility Master Plan update. So as a summary of the current servicing issue, the initial growth in the Northeast has now utilized the limited remaining capacity that was available in the existing systems. The Northeast area is now facing utility servicing constraints in the sanitary, storm, and water systems. Simply put, no further development is feasible without additional upgrades are undertaken, which brings us to the discussion of the Northeast Servicing Project as the first in a series of projects that will be required to ultimately service the whole of Northeast area. Before we get into the scope of Northeast servicing, let's look at other major projects that will be required to support the Northeast quadrant. The Northeast project as part of the ultimate utility as a part of the ultimate utility servicing plan provides substantial infrastructure to support growth within the Northeast area, including the existing partially built neighborhoods of Erin Ridge North and Jensen Lakes, while also unlocking new growth areas such as the Northeast Area Structure Plan, including approximately 6 quarter sections of unplanned land. As discussed previously, additional projects will be required outside of this initial investment to enable the continued full build out of the lands in the order of 200 million, which is subject to change in the next 25-year horizon, as shown on the map. Please read this map as conceptual at best and subject to amendments, and shows only major projects to support the Northeast quadrant, with most listed in the current offset levy bylaw. For example, investing in Northeast will spur development in the Northeast, which may trigger other projects investments such as North St. Albert Trail improvement and potentially a portion of 127th Street investment, which is yet to be analyzed in the transportation infrastructure bundle. As mentioned earlier, North Reservoir and Fill Line is another project that requires planning in the utility infrastructure bundle. All these projects and its timelines will be further refined with the progress on the Mobility's Choice Strategy project and completion of utility master plans that are currently underway. The next few slides will take through the Northeast Servicing Project proposal. The Northeast Servicing Project's benefiting area and overview of the Northeast growth area is shown here on the right-hand side, which is the larger area. The project itself is comprised of both major and minor scope. Within the major scope, there are 3 major components, which is depicted on the left-hand side picture. 3.2 kilometers of trunk-sized sanitary pipe with a lift station to move the flows under the Sturgeon River. There's also 2 kilometers of trunk-sized storm line and 1.4 kilometer of transmission-sized water line. The project also includes some auxiliary scope or minor scope. This non-offset levy infrastructure includes the installation of a buried conduit for future city fiber and the installation of site-specific developer servicing for water and sanitary. These 2 scope items make use of the same shared alignment as the Northeast Servicing Project. Adding this work to the scope of this project allows for the benefit of cost and construction efficiency. The city would be entering into a cost recovery agreement with the developer for their benefiting scope once this proceeds. Due to the limited area of disturbance from the proposed trenchless methods along Old Belrose Drive for the pipe installation, it was determined to restore the existing pathway to a gravel structure, which is about 2 kilometers.
Donnie, sorry to interrupt. I don't know if this is maybe a time to kind of break some of this up if there's questions. I know we're going to get into a lot more detail through this, and like this is quite a presentation. Would that be appropriate, or do you want to go through it all? I just don't want to.
Yeah, we certainly can. I think that the danger is that some questions will bleed into content yet to be covered when we talk about the financial analysis.
Yeah.
So if there's anything burning about what you've specifically heard, we can certainly field those now. But I think that the meat of the presentation is sort of that into that part 6.
We may. Okay, we'll just keep going. If there is something that needs to come up, then I'll just monitor for speakers. Thanks.
Next slide, please. So next 2 slides will show a timeline chart of the journey that the city has been on since 2020 regarding Northeast Servicing Project. In 2020, following the signing of the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, the active developers in the area took the initial lead in delivering the initial Northeast Servicing Project design. Following their efforts, the developers provided the city a preliminary design concept, which included the use of a sanitary siphon design. In 2022, the city took over the lead in the detailed design of the Northeast Servicing Project due to the complexity and risk of design and delivery of a potential sanitary siphon option. To enable this, council approved a 2 million project budget for the detailed design and land acquisition of the Northeast Servicing Project. In 2023, the sanitary siphon design was rolled out due to design challenges. The project to delivery was set back and required restarting on a new concept utilizing a more traditional lift station and a force main approach for the sanitary service. In 2024, a 90% complete design package was completed, which included sanitary, storm, and water services along with the auxiliary scope. It was presented to both the developers and council. In late 2024 and early 2025, the city met with the active developers to discuss a cost-sharing approach for the Northeast Servicing Project. Coincidentally, the city was exploring a potential grant option, which had a 40% grant, 11% by others, and a 49% city contribution to help lessen the front-ending costs required for this project. In early 2025, the city and developers temporarily halted cost-sharing negotiations, awaiting if a grant would be successful. In early 2026, the city was informed that the grant ran out of funding and the Northeast project was not selected. In late 25 and early 26, a workshop on the Northeast Servicing was given to the new council. On April 7th, 26, Government of Canada considered the city's previously unsuccessful grant application under the new Building Communities Strong Fund and approved a grant amount of just over 28 million, which represents approximately 40% of the eligible project costs. This announcement provided general grant guidelines, and the form of agreement is being prepared by the federal government to follow. While the funding discussion was paused during 25, the active developers proposed the use of pipe storage option that would create limited additional capacity in the sanitary system. Next slide shows the high-level overview of the pipe storage option being explored. The pipe storage option at Everett Drive would utilize the existing 1,200 millimeter diameter deep trunk system along Everett Drive to attenuate the flows into the Oakmont 450 millimeter diameter sub-trunk system. So on the map on the right is the overall system. The green is the current flows that's coming from Jensen Lakes and Erin Ridge towards the system in Oakmont and Sanitary. The red line indicates the proposed Northeast Servicing. So on the left-hand side, the map is the zoomed-in version to that Everett Drive pipes, 1,200 millimeter pipe. The flows would be released at a controlled rate through a sluice gate, which would not exceed the downstream system capacity. The city and developers undertook functional review of this option, and it has been accepted in principle by the city pending developers entering into a servicing agreement, which will include terms and conditions to construct and pay for interim maintenance of the structure of the infrastructure. At the time of writing of this report, it is anticipated that one of the active developers in the area will undertake the construction and funding of the pipe storage option called Everett Drive Sluice Gate in 2026. As of today, the existing sanitary system is now fully utilized and no further development can be accommodated unless the interim solutions are found or the ultimate Northeast Servicing project is built. By the end of March 26, the Northeast project detailed design is substantially complete, with issue for tender drawings or procurement readiness being prepared. Land acquisition has been essentially completed with only the final registration of documents remaining. Franchise utility realignment notifications have begun. Of the 74.1 million cost estimate, 5.77 million can be funded out of the existing water reserves, leaving 68.3 million needing to be debt financed by the city. The remaining 2.96 million would be funded through the tax base. Pending a formal acceptable agreement for the announced 28 million grant, this funding is anticipated to offset a portion of the costs related to the water, sanitary, and storm scope and reduce the necessary debt requirement proportionally. Historically, the city has been a major front-ending party to finance offset levy projects that support growth and development. There are benefits to this, such as the city having better borrowing rates and debt capacity. However, there are challenges coming forward as the city is taking on more and more front-end costs. The outstanding balance owed to the city is summarized as follows. As of March 2026, the city holds 58 million in offset levy debt waiting for recoveries. The city levy debt is anticipated to increase to 113 million when costs are incurred for council-approved offset levy projects such as Lakeview Servicing and the remainder of Villeneuve Road. The anticipated outstanding levy debt would increase to 178 million with the addition of the Northeast Servicing, and that's excluding the federal grant announced recently. These costs are not forecasted to include the additional funding that may be necessary to bring on the full build-out of the Northeast Quadrant benefiting area with the corresponding utility and transportation servicing infrastructure, which would likely be needed within approximately 10 to 15 years, yet to be confirmed, as stated earlier, through utility master plan and mobility choices strategy completion. As stated earlier, city has historically front-ended major leviable growth projects because the city has better financing capacity and borrowing rates than most developers. While this practice has worked in the past, there are new challenges that exist today. As presented, debt servicing is dependent on levy revenues, which have been inconsistent and uncertain historically. Total debt exposure with Northeast Servicing addition without the grant is 178 million. As the city expands outwards, it requires construction of new large trunk infrastructure. Rising construction costs for infrastructure have put significant pressure on the price tags for these levy projects. The city has recently made significant investment in the West Growth area. Growth in the West is emerging with the Lakeview Servicing project currently underway, enabling additional employment land development once completed. Levy reimbursement for the city's investment in the West are in the early stages. The city's investment capacity is limited when supporting demand for both growth, infrastructure, and other municipal capital priorities. Our finance team will get into more in-depth discussion of the analysis on city front ending in subsequent slides. With the development industry, while the development industry has not formally indicated to share in the risks of front ending, as of December 31st, 2025, developers have paid levies towards the Northeast Servicing project as follows: 3.55 million towards Sanitary Project 2, 1.61 towards Storm Project 5, and 3 million towards Water Project 10, which is a total of 8.4 million. Levies that have already been collected are kept in reserve accounts for each type of infrastructure, like water, sanitary, and storm. Reserve accounts are then used to pay for new projects or repay parties that have built infrastructure. While levies have been collected towards the Northeast project, sanitary and storm levies are being used to repay other sanitary and storm projects. This practice allows for faster cost recovery within a category and reduce the overall interest expenses. A front-ending party does not have to wait for development to occur in one specific basin to recover their costs. Instead, they are repaid using any levies available within an infrastructure category. For example, only 3.55 million has been collected for water component within the North Servicing project. However, the water levy reserve has sufficient capital to cover the total Northeast Servicing water project, which is a cost of 5.77 million. With that, I will now pass on to Ann Victor to take us through part 5 and 6 of the presentation, the financial analysis and summary.
And perhaps, Mayor, to your point, this might be a good spot to pause very quickly before we get into it and see if there are any questions specifically on the engineering component, the mechanics of the Northeast Servicing, or anything that's come to date.
Councillor Cortesh?
Thanks. I guess this is where I've got one question that would fall into this category. And it's not even so much the engineering of the pipes and the sewers. It was a trail question. So I don't know. I know there was reference in the report to when we do this construction project of putting a gravel trail. Is that, how does this, and maybe this question doesn't fit here, but how does this tie into the overall sort of trail network? I know we've talked about kind of the loop going up and across and down Carrot Creek. Like, is this going to be where this right of way is for these utilities? Is that going to be the main connector up to the north, the main trail that connects through there? You know,
That is currently part of the overall trail system, right? It's the existing old Belrose Drive, I believe. And the decision was made by the council. A number of options were put forward, and the decision was made to, once the installation occurs, refurbish it to the current existing standard. And so it will be part of the trail system, but it's not going to be paved as you see the rest of it.
Fine, that's fine. And there is a trail there now. I'm not as familiar with
It's
that
the old road
area.
now.
Does it go all the way the entire length of this project? So this project extends that trail a little bit
Up to Belrose Drive. Yeah.
up to Belrose Drive.
No,
Okay.
so this project does not include any trail work. It's just part of it occurs concurrent with the existing road, and that will be refurbished. It doesn't expand it.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna take a look at a map.
Want to mention that the gravel trail is only 3 meters.
Yeah.
But we are planning on putting it back in the area where we are disturbing.
Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking maybe not part of this project. That'll be a question for the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patrick, if it's related to this first part, then please go ahead.
Thank you. My question is around like you said, there's going to be $58 million in levy, like the offsite levy debt. And then the next part of the slide said something about, so once, I'm just trying to understand it because offsite levies is a bit confusing to me. So in the end, we would have that slide. So there would be what was it? did you say 100 and something million in offsite levy debt? Right there, 113. And then it would be around 10 to 15 years we would start seeing that come back to the city?
No,
I'm trying to understand it and I'm not quite, it's not connecting.
maybe slide 23 is what we are referring to.
Yeah, I think that the 10 to 15-year timeframe was the potential for other projects to come online, because ultimately this enables additional growth. Additional growth will come with more support required, right, to enable the communities.
Okay.
So that horizon, the 10 to 15-year horizon, ultimately was when it gets subject to, right, the mobility choices and the utilities master plan. That was that rough timeline horizon. That's where that 10 to 15 years come from. And I'll turn it over to you. for
And
those.
then the list of projects that we have shown on previous slide there, which is slide. Let's see, yeah, that's the one. So yeah, that's the whole list that we have currently in the offset levy bylaw, and some of them not included in the offset levy bylaw. So what we are suggesting there is with the approval of Northeast Servicing with proceeds, then that will trigger additional projects that might be required in the next 10 to 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So the servicing in the west, is all the servicing in place to ultimately be able to build out in conjunction with the area structure plans that we've already approved, with the exception obviously of Lakeview, because but there's no other costs to ultimately see the west develop as intended at this point. Is that right?
So we have the Lakeview servicing approved by the previous council. That design is progressing. Although that scope includes the major trunk of the utilities and the road network. So there will be additional projects that will come down the road, but it incorporates all the major investment that we need to advance servicing towards the west in the Lakeview business area.
But I think you're also referring to the West ASP broadly, if I'm understanding your question correctly, right? And so
Yes, and anything north of
Shiro and north. all
Shiro
those
and north,
spaces, yeah.
all of those lands that are currently committed and have been purchased by developers, we have the ability to ultimately be able to allow them to develop without.
We have the ability for the approved ASPs to develop. No, not for the entirety of the land supply in the west, no, certainly the northwest, but for the approved ASPs. Now, that does not include any visions for, right, the infrastructure that would enable a school on the amenities site or the amenities, those bits and pieces, but from a broad servicing utilities perspective, yes.
I would just add the continuation of the Range Road to 60 and Avenir sanitary pipes are still pending. So not to the full extent of the west. It's available now.
Okay. My next question, there's a very large development at the corner of Belrose and Boudreaux that's going to entail probably 400 residential units. Is there any restrictions on that development with respect to the restrictions in Oakmont? Because it's within the Oakmont community.
If that project is already approved, it's considered as part of the existing capacity.
Okay, okay. And back to this slide, I believe it was. So you talked about approximately 200 million needed. That the Northeast servicing amount would be the first of a number of requirements, but that doesn't entail servicing of any kind, like in-ground structures, that's roadways, that's supplemental to getting homes built. Is that correct?
So as the development occurs subsequent to the Northeast advancing, the investment doesn't stop there. So all of those listed out there in an order, that has to come online. For example, we talked about the water network. North Reservoir is listed there, but we haven't planned it in terms of funding. So that could come online for a request for additional funding in the next 10 to 15 years. The fill line towards the North Reservoir is also part of that. So there are some utility projects listed there along with the road component as well.
Okay, I think that's all I have at this point.
Thank you. Counselor Cortez.
I'm gonna re-articulate this because I didn't ask it properly last time. I know there's an existing road, but it looks like the routing for the utility the utility project hugs Coal Mine Road. So north of Belrose Drive, where it comes up to Edgewater Terrace, there's nothing there right now. That's just greenfield. That's just farmland or whatever it is right now. So that will remain a utility corridor, and is the intent that that will also have that 3-meter gravel or not? Okay.
The 3-meter gravel component will only be on the existing old Belrose Drive. The rest of it will not.
So decisions around.
It went under this project. That's
Yeah,
not-
okay.
Not planned.
All right. Okay, thanks.
Counselor Hughes, please.
Thanks. Just a couple questions for this section. So the siphon design, just you don't have to go into great detail, but let's pretend I'm 3 and you got 5 sentences before I change the channel on something else. Why was the siphon design not a feasible option?
Siphon design means there's no lift station. It's
Okay.
just pipe system that sucks into the system. So the flow was an issue, enough flow to get it going. It's a sensitive design that we need to have minimum flows coming in the onset of the development. So that wasn't there. I also have online Jordan and Regan, if they want to expand on that answer, they can definitely chime in. Or Meredith,
Hey.
sorry.
I can jump in, but I think you did a pretty good job, Donnie. It's hard to explain it for a 3-year-old, but I would say like the intent of a siphon is to ensure that the flows are going fast enough so that they go underneath the river and then they have enough velocity to make its way back up to the other ground surface. So the problem we had with this area was that the river and the steepness was too much. So we weren't able to get enough velocity for those pipes. And then we tried some other design options. And in those situations, we actually had to back up, which required that the sanitary would actually flow onto surface. So that was no good either. So we did look at all the various options of trying to get the siphon to work. And ultimately, it just couldn't with the technical site specifics that we had. So yeah, we had to resort to a lift station, the more traditional approach.
Okay, that's perfect. We don't need to go any further on it. I got it. Thank you. So does that, like we originally, 10 years ago, we were looking at a $14 million price tag and it's risen to 74. Did we initially plan a lift station as well 10 years ago? So what caused the price increase to go up by $60 million?
It's a combination of the scope expansion. The lift station is expensive
Mhm.
compared to a siphon option. And also over the years, inflation has caught up with us as well. So that's the major component. And we didn't have much of a design done 10 years ago. The concept plan that council allowed us to, with the $2 million, we advanced further into the design and site-specific conditions were added into the scope exploration. So that's all contributed towards the cost estimate that we have currently available.
So we're gonna have to ballpark this and I'm not gonna come back and, I don't know, talk about this a million times, but how much was inflation a component of it and how much was a design expansion and scope a component of it?
I would probably, I don't have the
Yeah.
blown up details, but if Meredith can shed some light into how did we expand from X to Y, that'd be good.
Thank you, Danny. So it's a hard question to answer because obviously costs have been increasing and we've been seeing that plastic pipe has resin in it, which is a byproduct of oil development. So anything that affects the oil prices will affect and pipes costs. And the lift station is significant, which is why we really beat the hell out of the design option for the siphon option. So taking a percentage, that's very different.
And it's okay. I mean, we're just trying to ballpark this. I'm just trying to figure how much it went up because we waited, I guess is what I'm also trying to figure out. Like, There was one more. So you mentioned on that slide, I think it was slide 16, about the future growth things. And so when I look at some of them, it's like they could get done, but if they don't get done right away, it doesn't stop future growth from happening. So what I'm wondering is, how many of those projects are necessary to actually continue the development in the Northeast to fully utilize the benefit of this project? So if you, I'll just try to restate it in case I said it wrong. So we have the Northeast Servicing Basin, that's the entire benefiting lands, right? And so from that, you're saying that there's other projects that need to get done in order for all the benefiting lands to be able to be fully developed, like other water projects or other sewage, not necessarily the Twining Albert Trail. We've had traffic problems before, and it took us a while before we did it, but it doesn't stop us from being able to develop it. So of the projects that we still need to do to actually benefit from the full Northeast servicing to pay that back, how many projects do we have? And which lands would be affected by that? Like what size of land or something like that?
So definitely what comes to, this definitely needs to be considered after the utility master plan update, which is currently underway.
Mhm.
So in the next 10 to 15 years, we likely may have to invest in the North Reservoir and the water line. So
Okay.
number 12 and I believe it's 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we know how much those would cost? About? Subject to change without notice, of course.
I don't have it on top of my mind, but I would rely on my team if they can
Sure.
have a reference to the cost that we have conceptually right now in the offset levy bylaw.
Okay. If we can come back to that later and look that up, that would be really helpful. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah, we can, Council. And I just say, like, again, the purpose of this slide is not to sort of scare anybody off at the end of the day, right? At some point in time, these are all going to be required. I think to your point is what is the timeline and the sequencing? And that's the analysis, right, that's working through it. And so how do you plan it out over time? So, yeah. And so the team will
Yeah,
get what
team
they
will
can get and we'll
back.
come
And
back to
then
you.
in addition to that, Fowler may be another one in terms of road network and St. Albert Trail, like you said. Yeah, it's all listed in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Ballpark, yeah.
I think Fowler's in the books anyway. Councillor Klaus, can you make sure it does? She's not leaving council till it happens, so you've been warned. So I don't think that's necessarily a trigger to for the development for the Northeast Basin, but I'm looking for the ones that are specific. So we cannot move forward, just like we cannot move forward now unless this is done. What are the ones that we cannot move forward now unless that is done? And where are the benefiting lands? That's what I'm looking for. If we can get it today, great. If not, I'd love to have it before the next meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Northeast servicing will take us to, there's no additional restriction that we see immediately.
Yes.
But in the next 10 to 15-year horizon.
Yes,
yeah.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. Thank you.
I didn't know Councillor Clark wanted Fowler Way built, but I guess we'll note that.
Also, policing committee tonight for Ken, just that I mentioned that.
Oh, that's okay, noted. I think and I'm sorry if this is coming later. I think the challenge here that I have is that it went from 14 million to 74, and I'm not sure what went in, what were the inputs there. And then we're asking to see what those inputs are, and we're getting a generalization of that's very difficult to explain. And I think it's important that we understand it, and it's not just simply an overarching inflation, but like the scope and the scale of this project is significant, and we need to be able to see how that's broken down, because the number tomorrow could be 84 or it could be 24. We don't know that, and I think the uncertainty that's creating some uncertainty and some challenges for council here. And so trying to understand and articulate that, I think, is really important.
Yeah, and we'll do our best to define it. I guess at the end of the day, I think we can, from a project scope perspective, we should be able to understand roughly how much the lift station component costs, right? And so the new scope, I would say though that, I challenge you to find anybody who saw the level of inflation coming post-pandemic, right? Especially as it relates to development and construction costs. And so, we can try and identify and hammer down some of that, but to the person looking and going, oh my God, 14 to 74, like we're quite confident in terms of the cost, right? Like, so to your point's well taken, Mayor, and we'll do our best to sort of nail it down and define it, especially as we lead into your decision sort of discussion on the 21st, I think is important. But, this is, nobody likes the cost. Right, but we're quite confident in the technical solution and the design-driven costing on it, just for what that's worth.
I'll just add the 14 million reference didn't have the storm or the water component when we started the journey. it just had the sanitary, right? And then we added the storm component. Hey, it's all aligning in the same trench. Why don't we do it all together for the efficiency piece? So that's why there's a scope addition that occurred, and also the sanitary went from siphon to lift station, that added additional scope as well. So that's why it
Very
developed over the years.
Yeah, very relevant information to understand that. Yeah.
And I just got the text from the cost aspect that Councillor Hughes asked earlier. We can share that as well.
Sure.
So the North Reservoir is 25 million in the offset levy. Fill line is about 9 million, and Fowler is about 59 million. It does not include inflation.
25, 9.
And 59 for Fowler.
Okay.
Those are very preliminary numbers, like that. We need the affinity of the whole utility master plan before you can really pin that down. So that's just rough estimates without inflation included.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to piggyback what the mayor was questioning, can you also include or provide to us the contingency that's been built into the 74 million, just so we know where that flexibility is?
It's about 15%.
15? Thank you.
Okay, I think we can continue to the financial component. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. George. So the financial analysis presented today examines two distinct case studies to assess funding options for Northeast servicing. The first case evaluates a project without any third-party funding or grant support, providing a baseline view of financial impacts, risks, and policy compliance. Moving ahead would require borrowing of 68.3 million, which is estimated to result in 5.6 million in annual debt servicing. The second case assesses the same project with potential third-party funding, specifically the federal grant opportunity, and considers how that funding influences borrowing requirements, financial risk, policy compliance, and overall project timing, considering approximately 40 million in borrowing, resulting in 3.4 million of annual debt servicing. Reviewing both scenarios provides council with a clear comparison of outcomes and highlights the financial implications of proceeding with or without external funding support. The slides that follow focus on how the investment was evaluated. Specifically, the project team evaluated how sensitive the project is to growth, what it means for the city's overall debt capacity, and how it aligns with offsite levy policy. The project team tested multiple scenarios to better understand potential risks and how those risks can be managed while still balancing future growth and financial sustainability. The team assessed whether it had sufficient debt capacity by reviewing both provincial borrowing limits under the Municipal Government Act and the city's more conservative internal debt policy. Together, these rules cap total borrowing and debt servicing to manage risk and ensure service levels are maintained. Administration evaluated two scenarios to show how the project fits within those limits. The first debt limit scenario shown on this graph shows the city's debt limit when considering all approved council projects. This includes debt taken out to date, as well as the outstanding debt that is to be borrowed on these approved projects, with the addition of Northeast servicing in the amount of 68 million. Based on an estimated 5% increase in revenue, by 2030, approximately 184 million in borrowing capacity would still be available. This means that the city can fund Northeast servicing while staying within internal debt limits, as indicated by the yellow line, when only approved projects are considered. The second scenario shown in this graph takes a broader view by including Northeast servicing along with all debt-funded projects currently identified in the city's 10-year capital plan. Together, these projects represent 339 million in proposed debt. Under this scenario, the city would exceed its debt limit by about 96 million in 2030. To remain within internal debt limits indicated by the yellow line, some projects in the current 10-year plan would need to be deferred or delayed. These scenarios show that the city can accommodate Northeast servicing within its debt limit alongside currently approved debt projects. However, if this investment proceeds, a broader prioritization of all projects being considered for debt, both those already planned and those required, as Donnie pointed out, as a result of Northeast servicing, will be necessary to ensure that the city remains within its approved debt limit. While we have not provided a chart, the Building Community Strong Fund grant would provide a greater debt limit. Approval of Northeast Servicing with this grant would result in a debt capacity of 208 million when only considering all the approved projects with the addition of Northeast Servicing. So if you can think of the last slide, it was 184 million, and now it's 208 million when you consider the grant. And the city would exceed its debt limit by about 72 million in 2030 if all the projects on the 10-year plan are included, compared to in the chart above of 96 million without the grant. So to summarize, even with the grant, to remain within internal debt limits, some projects within the current 10-year capital plan would need to be deferred or delayed starting in 2030. And it's important to note that the 10-year capital plan and these scenarios do not include those potential utility projects or other infrastructure investments that could be needed by growth in the northeast, as Donnie suggested earlier. Each new project being funded through debt reduces that city's remaining borrowing capacity and may impact levels and affect the timing of other community priorities. A key takeaway from the financial analysis is that growth plays a major role in whether this investment is financially viable. Because offsite levy revenues are tied to when and how development occurs, which is linked to the city making debt payments, the financial results are sensitive to changes in growth timing and land absorption. That means that growth assumptions used in the analysis have a direct impact on the outcomes and are an important part of council's decision. To help put those growth assumptions into context, this slide and the next few provide some background. What you're looking at here is a 16-year snapshot of net land absorption, shown year over year. Over that period, St. Albert averaged about 31 hectares per year, which is shown by the green dotted line. However, actual land absorption varied quite a bit, from a low of 10.1 hectares to a high of 59 hectares in some years. Keep in mind that this does not necessarily reflect other types of growth, such as population or housing starts. This chart illustrates that development activity and the levy revenue that comes with it can be difficult to predict in the short to medium term. Because of this variability, projecting a clear trend line isn't straightforward, which is why testing different growth scenarios is such an important part of the financial analysis. When looking at an appropriate land absorption rate, administration considered and balanced both St. Albert's historical experience that we saw on the last slide and the growth projections used in the offsite levy model. The offsite levy model combines past development data with forward-looking projections that are informed by both city administration and local land developers. On the chart, the gray bars show the projected growth, which increases gradually over time. It's important to note that this does not assume a sudden jump in growth. While the offsite levy model reflects an increase of about 32%, that growth is expected to occur incrementally, not all at once. The OSL model is designed to be long-term and looks ahead over roughly 25 years. From a financial perspective, the key challenge is timing. While future growth is expected, it's still likely to follow the historical pattern of ups and downs we saw on the previous slide, rather than a smooth upward path. Growth outcomes are shaped by a mix of demographic, economic, and market factors, including migration patterns, broader economic cycles, employment conditions, housing demand, and regional competitiveness. They are also influenced by a shift towards higher density development and the timing and investment decisions of private developers. Because of this uncertainty, managing growth risk is an important consideration. The Offsite Levy Recovery Fund utilization policy helps address this risk in the short term by providing the OSL model with a 3-year adjustment window, allowing time for growth to align with projections if land absorption is slower than expected. This flexibility helps reduce early year financial pressure. However, if lower than expected growth persists into that short to medium term, additional buffer capacity may be required to ensure that the city can continue to manage debt servicing and maintain long-term financial sustainability. We'll discuss how this policy works and what that could mean in practice later on in the presentation. This chart here shows offsite levy revenues, which closely track the patterns of land absorption shown in the previous two slides. Over the last 16 years, the city has collected an average of about 9.1 million per year in offsite levy revenues, shown by the green dotted line. However, actual receipts have varied significantly from year to year, ranging from a low of 2.8 million to a high of 20.2 million. When considering the Northeast investment, this variability becomes particularly important as debt servicing is a fixed annual cost. This chart shows the city's annual offsite levy debt payments. The green dotted line shows our historical levy revenues of the 9.1 million per year. The dark blue bars show our existing approved levy debt servicing requirements up to this year. Moving into the future, the light blue is the forecasted debt servicing requirements with the addition of approved projects such as Lakeview. The gray lines added on top show the addition of Northeast servicing, assuming it's a starting point in 29 and without the federal grant receipt consideration. With the inclusion of all currently approved levy projects plus Northeast servicing, it would bring annual debt servicing payments up to 15.6 million per year. With the 9.1 million, we can make our debt servicing payments for all the approved projects in light blue. However, sustained higher debt servicing costs above that historical average carries risk. The grant helps mitigate the risk by bringing the servicing down to 13.2 million per year. This direct link between growth, levy revenues, and debt servicing capacity is why growth plays such a critical role in the financial viability and why the analysis tested those multiple growth scenarios at different rates. Evaluating these scenarios helped assess whether projected levy revenues were sufficient to support that debt servicing and understand the level of financial risk under varying growth conditions. This slide outlines what compliance with the Offsite Levy Recovery Fund utilization policy means and how it manages financial risk for the Northeast Servicing Project. At its core, this policy is designed to protect the tax base by ensuring debt payments can be covered by the offsite levy reserves rather than property taxes. Compliance is assessed using a financial model that compares actual recoveries alongside the future projected collections. The fund must remain in a positive position and hold sufficient reserves. 3 years of debt servicing in the first 3 years and 2 in years 4 through 10 to manage short-term revenue fluctuations. The policy reduces the risk of debt costs shifting to the property taxes, though additional safeguards may be needed if slower growth continues over that medium to longer term. To provide a clear and transparent understanding of these growth-related financial risk, administration assessed policy compliance using 2 different growth rates over multiple potential investment years. So as mentioned before, historically, land development in St. Albert has averaged approximately 31 hectares per year. By comparison, the offsite levy model assumes a long-term average of about 41 hectares per year, reflecting expected future growth as development progresses over time. Importantly, the analysis does not assume an immediate shift from historical levels to the long-term projections. Instead, a growth sensitivity analysis was undertaken to reflect how land absorption could increase gradually, recognizing that growth occurs in phases. The first scenario assumes an incremental land absorption increase of 2.25% per year. Under this approach, development growth grows more slowly in the early years and accelerates over time, resulting in a long-term average of approximately 40 hectares per year over 25 years. The second scenario applies a more conservative assumption using an incremental annual growth of 1.5%. This scenario reflects a lower overall growth outlook and helps illustrate the potential impacts if development occurs more slowly than anticipated. Each of these scenarios was used to assess policy compliance for investment decisions in 2026, 27, 28, and 29. This chart provides a summary of the scenarios without the grant across all modeled years. And as you can see, starting with the 2.25% incremental growth scenarios, the chart indicates land absorption increases from that average, from that 32.5 hectares per year in the first 5 years to roughly 50.6 hectares per year in the final 5 years of the 25-year period. Under this growth assumption, the city remains compliant with policy CFS 20 if the project proceeds in 2027, with construction taking place across 2027 and 28. That said, several years within this scenario show very limited financial margins relative to the policy required debt servicing costs. If development doesn't materialize as projected, the risk of non-compliance increases. One way to reduce this risk is by deferring construction to 2028 or 2029, which allows that reserve balance to strengthen and improves the annual financial buffer. Under the 1.5% incremental land absorption scenario, you can see those development averages approximately 32 hectares per year in the first 5 years, increasing to about 43.7 hectares per year in the final 5 years, providing that average. So in the 2.25%, there was an average of 41 hectares over that 25-year period. And in the 1.5, it's 37.3. While this does not meet the 40-hectare average assumed in the offsite levy bylaw, it illustrates how sensitive the reserve is to slower than expected growth. In this lower land absorption scenario, the city remains compliant with policy CFS 20 if construction begins in 28 or 29. Further deferring the project to 29 or 30 strengthens the reserve position even more and significantly reduces the risk of reserve depletion should growth slow further. Overall, this analysis demonstrates that the reserve's ability to support debt servicing is highly dependent on development growth outcomes. By testing that range of scenarios grounded in both historical experience and future potential, the model underscores the importance of risk-aware timing, decisions that align with council policy, and help protect taxpayers over the long term. So next slide. Without grant funding, project viability becomes more sensitive to those changes in land absorption and growth timing, increases overall financial exposure. Funding relies on offsite levy revenues, which limits flexibility and heightens that risk if development slows. This may require adjustments to the infrastructure timing to reduce risk if financial exposure. At the same time, proceeding still provides an opportunity to support development readiness. Investing in 29 without the grant maintains policy compliance, strengthens reserve capacity, and aligns infrastructure delivery with the 10-year land supply needs while reducing growth-related risk. The next chart, this analysis uses those same two growth pattern and land absorptions applied in the original assessment as anticipated land absorption remains a key driver of compliance, even when grant funding is considered. So with the scenario summary with the grant is each scenario was tested for investment starting in 26 and 27. And as shown in the table, when the grant is applied, the city is complying in 2026 under both growth scenarios. However, each year beyond 2026 provides a larger financial buffer, better mitigating market volatility. If growth does not materialize as projected, particularly under that low growth assumption, the risk of non-compliance increases. The federal grant has a significant positive effect on the offsite levy recovery model. All 8 scenarios modeled between 2026 and 2030 remain compliant. That said, a 2026 start, while compliant, carries that higher risk in the early years under the lower growth scenario due to the tighter revenue margins. And also it's important to note that any of the approved growth scenarios, whether with or without grant funding, results in the approximate 0.2% increase impact relating to that non-offsite levy portion of the infrastructure that Donnie was referring to that was on the conduit and the installation of the servicing. Next slide. So the grant offers both opportunity and risk. As a new federal program, some requirements are still evolving and provincial approvals could delay the project potentially shifting major construction from 2026 to 2027. Financially, the grant significantly reduces project costs, lowering borrowing and debt servicing. This eases pressure on the offsite levy recovery fund, improves policy compliance, and reduces exposure to growth uncertainty. It also allows for lower offsite levy rates, improving development viability and supporting the local construction industry. Administration is recommending council identify this as a 26-27 advocacy priority so that the city can have focused conversations with other orders of government to ensure this project becomes a reality, subject to approval and finalization of the grant agreement and subject to council approval. Slide. The 20 million, and in summary, the 28 million grant reduces those borrowing and debt servicing requirements, strengthening compliance with the policy, lowering the financial risk, and increasing flexibility across all the funding timelines. While later investment years provide the strongest buffer against growth volatility, the grant also improves the viability of earlier timelines, enhances affordability, and reduces the city's exposure to land absorption and economic uncertainty. In terms of next steps, administration will be presenting this information to council on April 21st in response to the council motion, and this will be followed by first reading of the borrowing bylaw on May 5th, with final approval anticipated on or before July 14th ahead of council's summer recess. And we have a number of project team members online if there's any further questions. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, we're probably gonna have some questions here. We'll start with Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish we would have had this before lunch. Outstanding backgrounder, first of all, and really in depth, really gives a great timeline. I really appreciate all the effort and work that, like you've said, multiple team members have done. I guess my question arises out of the previous slide, where you sort of say why and what, not that one. It would be more in relation to that one where you had, risks and opportunities. Thank you very much. Nope, too far. Sorry, Donnie. Next, there. So, I mean, the whole purposes of providing the case 1 and case 2 was to kind of get to this point. Is that correct? In the sense of saying, here's what we have to do. So is it really just mitigation of risk that we're doing it this way, in the sense that, we've had the great big announcement that we had the 28 point some odd million from the federal government, but potentially there's all sorts of unknowns tied to that. So administration felt that we needed to have the whole background on case 1, just in case something falls through in relation to not the funding, and also the kind of the timeframe, or are you recommending some? I just want to just get a kind of a summary of that.
No, I think the team can certainly jump in. The genesis of this was prior to the government announcement, right? And there was a lot of discussion about sort of the pace of growth, right? And the discussion about is the lack of servicing limiting growth, or is the limiting growth preventing the ability to afford the servicing, right? And sort of both those things can sort of be true at the same time. And so the discussion was, let's look at modeling sort of low end and high end projections to see, ultimately identify the potential risk to inform a council decision, right? And so as we've seen, council's well aware, and there were 2 components to the risk, right? One was 10-year capital plan prioritization, and then the second was the debt servicing. And so that was the genesis under which the modeling was done, and the historical trend analysis to bring us down to that 1.5 and the 2.25% land absorption rates. That was retooled in light of the announcement, right, to look at the impacts of this additional $28 million from the federal government, which means $28 million less in borrowing. And so we've presented both those elements. I would say grants only good. It's great. It's even better when you actually get the money. And so Provincial Priorities Act, right? It's going to require cabinet approval. There's some things to jump through. I'm optimistic for what it's worth, but I can't tell you what the timeline is. And I think prudent to plan for what we'll call the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is for some reason that grant money doesn't materialize. Council should be aware of our risk profile. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think I hope it kind of addresses kind of my question in the sense that what are the next steps then what the administration's doing right now as it relates to that grant? Is it, are we just still waiting for all of the additional details, or is there some work that we have to now do? Or have we been approached subsequent to the announcement?
Yeah, thank you. I can't delve into the details because this is obviously working towards an agreement that is not yet in existence. Suffice to say, we've already been in contact with the federal government. The provincial government's well aware that this is coming. And so the first instance is to hammer out, I think, the terms of the grant agreement. I would say, again, without getting into details, I'm very optimistic based on what we're hearing from the federal government in terms of what that looks like, right? And then, as was mentioned by Ms. Victor, what we really would like is council to approve an advocacy priority to the provincial government specifically to try and expedite this through cabinet approval from a Provincial Priorities Act so that we can, assuming, I should probably caveat this, assuming council decides to proceed with this on the 21st, right? All of that is predicated on that component of it. But yes, we're in very close discussions already. In fact, the day after the announcement, I think, was our first engagement with government relations and the federal government.
All right, thanks. I think that I see there's a list of questions, so I'll hold off here. But I appreciate the response. And again, I really want to emphasize excellent backgrounder.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Hughes, please.
Sure. So, thank you. Hi, Ann. So the debt servicing, the numbers that we had, or what are we basing this isn't about land absorption growth rate, it's really about our taxes collected growth rate. What is the growth rate that we're using to determine our debt servicing limits?
Let me check. I think Suzanne Finley is online too.
Sure.
Or you're talking about the increase in the revenue projections used for the debt limits
Yeah.
calculation?
Exactly.
We did, we had estimated a 5% increase in revenue.
5%?
Yeah.
Okay. So just slightly below what the average is, but that's just to be more conservative, I'm guessing, right? That would make sense. 5's more in a ballpark. The other thing I had was, so you have the 1.5 and the 2.25, and forgive me, I'm missing a little bit here. What was in the past, what have we been growing at? Okay, is it a 1.5%
I'm going to pass
increase?
that
or-
question over to Abram because it's in
Sure.
regards to the land absorption and
Sure.
theirs.
So in the past 16 years, the average absorption rate has been about 31 hectares per year. So the 2.25 is reflective of 41 hectares per year.
Okay. So
And
the
then-
2.25 is like, it's not a percentage, it's not a multiple. I'm like, what does 2.25 represent for me?
It represents the amount that each year would need to grow in order to achieve that 41 hectares that we're also stating in the offsite levy bylaw. The difference would be that it's more of a gradual increment to get to that 41 hectares versus in the OSL bylaw where it's assuming it's more consistently at 41.
So we're assuming 31 right now, and we would need 41 to make the payments. Is that what I'm hearing? Or yeah, that's the question is about.
We're assuming it starts at 31 of our historical, and then it grows to, I believe there's about 50 hectares by the end of 25 years.
And I'm just wondering about the timing of it, Abram. I realize it doesn't really matter if it's higher in the beginning or higher in the end, because it's just the average the next 25 years. But I would think like there's a lot of pent up demand to continue to the north. So I would think that there'd be a much bigger outlay at the beginning. Like how did we base this additional 10 to 15 hectares? Basically, we're saying we're going to increase it by about a third. And I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, how did we, Is that what we need it to grow at or what we're projecting it to grow at?
That's what the calculation would say. So to achieve that 41 hectares of over 25 years, and assuming we're starting at 31, what we've done historically, that's
Okay.
where you get the 2.25. So it's just a matter of figuring out how much it needs to increase each year to still achieve that 41 hectares that we're stating.
I see. So it's like a cumulative thing. So it's like 1 year is 31, the next year is 33, the next year's, et cetera. Is that what we're looking at? And a 5-year increments?
Yeah, and we've just kind of
Okay.
smoothed it out. So that's why you'll see in the graph in front of you there, the 32.4 for the first 5-year increments. So
Okay. And are we including all of the benefiting lands? All the lands that benefit from the Northeast Servicing Project, are they all being included in our calculations? Or are they only the ones that we were including before? Like the ones that have been approved as area structure plans, for example?
it's primarily focused on the area structure plans, but what would be included in those area structure plans and what's consistent as well with what we're saying is going to grow in the offsite levy model.
Because let me just try to wrap my head around this one part. So the thing is, if the Northeast does get approved, and just as a side note, thank you to the federal government for providing that money once again. But let's assume that the Northeast gets approved. The benefiting lands would extend past what we have for area structure plans, because a lot of people haven't, I'm assuming a lot of developers haven't even bothered to put forward area structure plans for approval because there was no servicing for them to even consider anyway. So wouldn't the benefiting lands then be past what we are currently approving?
Yeah, so if there's any benefiting lands, as I stated in the offsite levy bylaw that are outside of ASP, because there are areas in our bylaw that don't have ASPs that we're saying are going to grow. But if those were included in our offsite levy bylaw, then that's what we would be using as well. I believe Christina can also probably provide a little bit of context there.
Good afternoon. Sorry about my voice. Just at the high level, well, this would enable land outside of just the standard Northeast area structure plan. So there are other benefiting lands, but as we would do with anything, an area structure plan would need to occur first before any kind of development would happen there or major infrastructure investment.
And I get that. What I'm trying to figure out is when we did our risk at determining how many lands would be developed if we were to approve this project, did we include the lands that were not currently in the OSL because they have not been approved, but would be benefiting and expected to be developed in the next 25 years? Otherwise, why are we going into debt for 25 years on the project? So when we did the risk analysis, did we only look at what's currently in the OSL model, or did we actually expand it to further benefiting lands?
So I actually can't speak to the OSL model and what's in there, so I'll pass it back to Abram.
Yeah, so we did include lands that are only within the OSL model, because what's in the OSL model or bylaw would include lands that also don't have an ASP. To Christina's point, though, those lands without an ASP are much further out in the 25-year time frame, understanding that it takes time for an ASP to get developed and then development to actually get absorbed there.
Right, but we are looking at a 25-year, or minimum of 15 to 25-year timeframe right now. So there's lands that I would expect area structure plans to come forward to the north. In fact, we're banking on it if we go forward on this. But we
Yeah,
didn't
and there
include
are-
that in the risk model.
No, there are lands that are included in the north that don't have ASPs.
Okay, in our risk model.
Yeah.
In our OSL. But it didn't include all of the benefiting lands in our OSL, is that correct?
Didn't include all the benefiting
Like
lands.
all the
Yeah.
benefiting lands were not included in the risk analysis, only the benefiting lands that were already in the offsite levy structure plan were included. We did not expand it further, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. There are
I
lands
guess-
that benefit from the Northeast that are not included in our OSL model or we're just not forecasting them to come online in the next 25 years.
So why didn't we include them and assume that the basin that we're servicing would be fully developed in the next 25 years? Because if we're taking a loan for 25 years, then we're expecting the full payment to come within 25 years.
But,
So,
yeah, maybe I can jump in,
Yeah.
Counselor, and Abram, please jump in. Again, looking at the historical trends, and then we modeled out what we consider that sort of reasonable high end of growth at 41. That does not encompass. There are more than 25 years of growth of lands in the Northeast. And so from a modeling perspective, at the 25-year outlook, each year it'll update and more will be added. But looking today, not all those lands, we don't expect even at that high end to develop in the 25 years. And so we wouldn't put them into the model because it would provide a false positive.
I see. Another quick question was, what, out of our 68 million, how much of that is contingency? Is it 68 plus contingency, or is that including contingency?
So that includes the 15% contingency for the overall project, 74.1.
So the total is 74.1 and it's the 15% contingency. So we're probably looking at like 65-ish or so, 60, 65. Okay. And I might just, I'm going to leave it for now. Let somebody else ask some questions. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just
Yeah.
also add that out of the 74, there's a portion of the water that we actually have money sitting in the reserve to pay for, so we don't have to debt finance it. So that's when we're talking about the 68, it's because we have cash to pay for a portion of it, and the lower amount is to be debt financed.
And I did see that 68 and I was wondering about it. So thank you for that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Cortesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. I want to try and compare a couple of different situations here. So as I understand it, with the grant and then all existing approved projects, Northeast Servicing and the full 10-year capital plan, the full 10-year capital plan, I note the report indicates that we would exceed our debt limit by about 72 million in 2030. Now, we would, even without Northeast Servicing, we would exceed our, without Northeast Servicing, if we did all the existing approved projects and the full 10-year capital plan, we would still exceed our debt capacity, would we not?
Yeah, that's correct. If you remember some previous discussions to that point, right? The current 10-year capital plan in terms of what's approved and what's sort of sitting in the hopper exceeds the limit, right? In terms of the current time horizons, which is why, we've talked about sort of that sequencing. Yeah.
And so I'm going to kind of build a straw man here to try and compare different scenarios. And I realize we're in sort of hypothetical territory and we've got the grant and that kind of stuff. But had we not, we don't have the money yet, but without the grant, is it correct to say that admin's recommendation based on current growth projections, current planning documents, that 2029 start date would be the kind of the recommended start for the project, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so if we started in 2029 without the grant, we just waited and we did it in 2029 and started, do you know how much we'd be over our debt limit by compared to that 72 million under kind of the, so what we expect right now is if with the grant, doing everything in our capital budget will be over by 72 million. If we waited till 2029 and didn't have the grant, how much would we be over our debt servicing limit?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Cortash. What would need to occur is that within that 10-year capital on the projects that council's considering for debt financing, they would have to prioritize and determine which ones they would remove to stay within that limit.
Yeah, there is a fundamental 10-year capital plan discussion that's coming, whether we were talking about Northeast or not, right, to be honest with you. And so the 2029 start makes us compliant from both a debt capacity and a servicing capacity, provided that reprioritization occurs. And so again, that discussion is going to happen regardless of your decision on the Northeast, one way or the other.
I understand that. What I'm trying to get at is how much that conversation changes based on, like, it's a conversation we have to have. We have to make some decisions either way. But order of magnitude, I guess it's not exactly $74 million difference because it's the debt servicing on the 74.
So when you're talking about deferring years and the benefits, it was more referred to maybe not on the debt capacity, but more on the building a cushion in the offsite levy recovery fund to offset those maybe changes in growth. So that's where, regardless on the debt capacity, as Mr. Fletcher alluded to, there would have to be reprioritization of those projects and discussion of which ones. But when we're talking about pushing the years out, the real benefit is on that ability to kind of have a
Right.
buffer for that medium to longer term risk of your
A-
growth
And
mitigation.
ultimately, it's very simplistic, but it's about a $50 to $70 million discussion. Yeah.
And yeah, to your point, Ms. Victoria, the servicing is the key factor there. Okay. I'm just gonna put this out there. I don't know. This may be hypothetical. This may be a rhetorical question. Admin may decide to answer it, or maybe counselors when you speak, or maybe when we speak to this on the 21st. One of the things that I'm sort of wrestling with is what's the case for this? Like, why do the servicing? Now, I understand that we've got developers and builders that want to keep building. I understand that, but what's the case for the city? How does it benefit the city? How does it benefit existing residents? Why did the federal government give us $28 other than the fact that we asked for it? What's the benefit to the city? No, I just like so anyway, I'll leave that there, and maybe others want to speak to that. But that's the question that I'm trying to answer as we decide on our priority, on our capital, our debt load, our capital plan. As I understand it, approving the Northeast, the report identifies that it doesn't increase the amount of growth, right? The growth, that's my understanding, that the growth is going to increase the same regardless. This just spreads out that growth. So what's the benefit to the city? Anyway, I'll leave that there. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to speak to that maybe.
Yeah.
I think from a city perspective, we've prioritized a development in the west that's going to produce an estimated 5,000 jobs. And we preach about people living and working in our community, and we want them to stay here, but there is going to be a South Shore site built out that'll provide some opportunity for that. There's going to be Riverside that'll eventually be built out, and then what? And I would argue that without the development of the Northeast, we're not moving towards the goal of 100,000 people. And I would think that if we want to continue to meet that demand, that is why people want to move to St. Albert. I think this is the viable option to do it. However, there's a lot of factors that contribute to that. There's what we call it unintended consequences of a Northeast development, because we now have to consider traffic, and you have to consider the pressures that are put on city services, as well as, where kids are going to go to school, the healthcare, you have community safety initiatives. So all of that needs to be moving in tandem with a development or with growth in the Northeast, in my opinion. So it's not a decision in a silo, but I think that we preach, having one of the greatest communities in the province and in the country, and we're trying to, shift the residential tax burden in our community. And we're doing that in the West. However, that's going to take time, but we want people to live here. And I think this is a viable option to do that. And with the fortunate generosity here from the federal government, I think this makes it a heck of a lot easier to do that. So I see a huge benefit, in my opinion, to us as a city, if we want to continue to grow in a responsible manner. So I'll turn it over to Councillor Patrick for your questions as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, my questions, I'm struggling even kind of finding like the wording for the question, because I'm still trying to kind of understand. So just going back to that 41 hectares and the growth projections, I hope I'm saying that right. Was that 41 hectares in the north only, or is that overall growth for the whole city?
It was overall growth overall in the whole city.
And then, thank you. That was a bit. And then I had just two other questions. One was, and I'm asking this because I think like residents might ask this. I know I asked, like, I have wondered this, but like, how did it get here? Like, if they knew this was going to, if we knew this was going to have to happen eventually, this back in 2008, I think sometimes residents are looking and saying, why are we sitting here right now having to deal with this? So is there like an explanation that we could offer to residents in kind of a simpler context?
So maybe perhaps I can attempt. Back in 2008, it was identified. Ultimately, we need this northeast servicing. So in the technical slideshow that we have done, over time, in the interim, our own developers have come up with the creation of additional capacity within existing, which allowed development to proceed into this northeast quadrant, as you have seen in the initial slides, that how we were able to advance. So that's one reason that we deferred this project year after year. And over time, with the advancement in the utility master plan and other studies, the revised scope got expanded as well. So the price increased, as I mentioned earlier. More projects, or more refined projects, I should say, in terms of scope, got identified through that master planning exercise, which then ultimately made its way into the offset levy bylaw. So it has been sitting in the bylaw as a recognized projects to be done at some point. It's the combination of who's going to afford it, and the scope got compiled into this big project instead of small projects. So typically in a smaller project scope, developers typically front end and move ahead with that, such as transportation, road components. This being bundled up, it grew in scope and scale and pricing. So it came to a situation where how can we afford the whole project, right? So that's why it's still being debated.
Okay, thank you. And then, so we kind of like, we have two scenarios. So one without a grant, one with a grant. And I'm feeling like Councillor Cortash here, because I like have a question, but don't really know exactly how to say it. Is there like not a best case scenario, but a better case scenario? So like, this is our scenario, we're going to get this grant money, but is there a possibility that there is something that could even help it, help the debt, or help like, I think you said something about water that I wasn't sure about, like we have money already put aside for that. Like, is there like a better case scenario that maybe we don't want to take into consideration because it might not happen? I don't
No,
know if that
I
makes
think I understand what you're asking, Counselor.
Yeah.
And so, from an internal perspective, no, right? Like, we're leveraging what we've got. A better case scenario is anything that reduces the amount we have to borrow. So, if developing parties came forward and had assisted with front ending from a city equities perspective, that would be better. Right? So that's kind of where we sit, right? But in terms of what's currently available and what's currently been indicated, this is where we are.
Okay, thank you. And then just last, so on the slide that it's on right now, so, the one with the grant, we would be compliant with our debt ceiling. I think it was 208 million. So we're just compliant, like, because I think it's 222 is our ceiling. Is that right? Or maybe I have my
No,
numbers
thanks
written
for the
wrong.
question. We would have borrowing capacity of 208 million, so that wouldn't be.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Thank you.
just when you're taking all the approved projects that council's already approved with the addition of Northeast, then provides, when we incorporate that, you still have 208 million. When the second scenario then included all those other projects when in the 10-year plan, when there was limit.
Okay, thank you. That's everything.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I need to delve this down to some really simplistic numbers here. So we're talking 74 million, and we've got 15% contingency, which my calculations are 11 million. If we didn't need that contingency, and we already have 6 million to apply towards the 74 million, my numbers come out at 57 million before the grant. 29 million if we in fact got the grant. Am I correct?
I didn't do the math. Yeah, that should be right. But again, 15% contingency is a standard guideline. especially when we are entering into this massive construction path scope. So that's very marginal in my opinion, but we are at 90% more into design. So it's still a fair amount of contingency that we have to carry because of the scope that's involved and the type of risk that we carry within the project scope. So it's roughly 15%. I may not be exactly pointing in that 11 million range when you see the project charter come forward.
Okay, and my last, it's almost more of a comment. So in 2008, we're at 14 million. At 2026, we're at 74 million. Based on putting it off till 2029, we ultimately could be over 100 million to be able to the costing of this project. So what we might be able to have as a additional contingency might be lost because of increased value. Is that right? Increased costing to actually put the project into the ground.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm not sure where the number would come from. I caution over sort of that piece, but certainly there would be inflationary issues right at play.
Yeah, so I mean, I almost see this as we've got a crystal ball in front of us and a chicken and egg scenario. If we don't do the servicing, we can't have the development, which ultimately pays for the servicing. So it's, you know, how do we balance this? That's my comments, questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. I think we're coming to a close of questions because we're all kind of wearing off here, so that's great. So one more thing, just about the growth. So we were anticipating a 1.5 or 2.25%. So a 1.5 we're looking at, and I should have just done this math when I looked at this. We're looking at like a couple hectares more. Like we're expecting that at this point, we're looking at just 3 or 4 more hectares of growth if the Northeast was approved. Is that what we're expecting?
Yeah, I think when calling up the table on average, though, I think that's important, right?
Right. So on average, we're thinking that if we develop the Northeast, the benefit is like 10% over what we're doing without the Northeast. Okay. That seems low. How many, like what size, like do we have an idea of like how many homes or how many city blocks or what equals a hectare? Or anything that.
Stephen Bannerman is online to maybe equate that, but it is difficult, as I think Adrian spoke to at the very beginning, when we were talking about the hectares and then equating it to population or housing, it is a difficult comparison, but he can provide a bit of context.
And I know it's difficult because I mean, we could have one apartment building or we could have a bunch of homes, but like, I'm just like a hectare, I'm trying to figure this out. Give me something, anything I can reference in size, mass in the city that this is a hectare, like Fountain Park's a hectare, or give me something where I can like picture this in my brain.
One hectare is 2.5 football fields, 2.471.
So we are assuming that 7 football fields will be developed a year, more than what's currently being developed if we opened up the Northeast. Again, that seems low.
Well, I think, you know, there's a pace of development. I mean, you know, candidly, we recently had a discussion with a landowner in the area who said their small part of it was a 25-year development for them. Right. And so, you know, I just, again, caution, right, that it's going to have a huge material impact. The input of growth, you're right, there is a bit of a chicken and egg piece on this, and it's an imperfect sort of science when you're casting out 25 years, right? Be totally candid. The city's risk tolerance is very different than a developer's risk tolerance, to be clear, right, as we look at sort of the long-term implications of it. But I think, you know, in terms of the modeling, we tried to strike a balance between looking at that optimistic piece based on our historical trending, right, and based on the data. So if it's way better than that, that's great, absolutely great. But if it's not, right, that's where we need to have those mitigation measures in place.
I hear you. When I'm trying to figure out the risk from this side of the bench. And I understand that your job is to give us the worst case scenario, because if we didn't, then we would not actually be able to, like you only told us sunshine and roses. I've come down on councils for that, or for administrations and giving us proposals and that. So I appreciate that. So, but for our perspective, we're looking at about 7 football fields of new growth beyond what's currently happened to be able to pay for the bill on average. And then, of course, expanding so that in the following year would be, or 5 years later, it would be 14 football fields on average. Okay. And the other thing, so the 31, if we go back to the slide that has like the growth of like how much is per year, like the absorption rate per year, you have the little up and downies that equal to 31. And I don't remember the number. That could be it, maybe. So I'm going to look up here because it's just easier for me to focus. So when I look at like, when did we start slowing down growth in the Northeast? Because we started putting it and saying, we're not sure about how much room there is in that hoop pipe, right? So we were starting to limit how much. What year did we start limiting at that? Was it like around 2021?
2022.
2022. So prior to that, we had growth in the north, but we didn't have a lot of growth from the west, right?
Sorry, that's growth across the entirety of the city.
I
though.
hear you.
Yeah.
But as of 2022, like the numbers are less. Right? Like I'm just looking at just height. But before 2022, we had quite a bit more going on. Now, I know that this is not just like Northeast. There's political factors. There's how people want to move to Alberta, et cetera. And did we have a lot of growth to the west before that? Like Chiro took off after 2020, right? Okay, so that's how we're seeing more growth of it. And before that, we're seeing more of the north growth in there. Okay. And do we have an idea of, I don't know if we have this, and maybe I want this for next week if we don't, is when we were not encumbering or restricting the amount of growth happening in the north, how much did they contribute? Like, did they typically contribute 4 acres or 2 acres or 10 acres to the overall growth? Because right now it looks like just the west and a little bit some other places is giving us still however many acres that is, close to 30 last year. So I'm just trying to figure out how much of the pie they typically help out with to make that happen. I don't know if you have that number now, but if you don't, that would be extremely helpful to know. Not yet? Okay. The other one is the projects that I mentioned earlier about the projects that would be affected if we did move to the northeast to allow the further northeast. Do you need a week to figure that to answer that one, or do you have those projects now? It's okay either way. I don't want to force.
No,
you to come up with
I
an
think,
answer.
Ms. George talked about sort of the servicing components of it. Again,
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get you an elegant answer, to be honest with you, Councillor, based on some of those bits and pieces, but we can have a stab at it. But it's going to take a couple of days to have a look
Okay,
at it.
so for next week, again, I'm not asking you to have these answers right now if you don't have them. I'm just telling you if you can get them in the next week. Because if you're just going to tell me like we think that we have to do that water project and it's 40 million and we're going to have to do it when this land takes on form, that's kind of what I'm looking for here, so that we can say, I don't know what the benefiting land is. Let's say it's 100 acres. I realize it's not 100 hectares. I realize it's a lot more than that. But if you say it's 100 hectares, but we can get to the 80 hectare mark before we have to put another project on the board, and that project's going to be 40 million, that's what I'm looking for, is to figure out how far can we go before another project's due?
Through to Councillor Hughes, Donnie had mentioned it earlier, just high level estimates.
Okay, yeah, those
We-
ones, but do we know how
Oh.
far we can go before we get to that trigger?
We have it identified in the offsite levy bylaw. It's just a matter of pulling that map and
So
getting that.
if we can do it the next week, that would just be helpful. Again, just so I have a picture of this, I think you kind of know, since it's my motion, how I'm kind of leaning. But it would just be helpful for us to understand the consequences of that as well. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Just maybe in conclusion, when we go to the 10-year, the debt on including the 10-year capital plan, would it be fair to assume, I mean, there's some in there that we're going to evaluate anyways, and we're baking in assumptions that those are all going forward. And in the environment we're in today and the economics, with some of the changes that are coming. We didn't know 2 weeks ago that $28 million was coming either. We don't know what's happening with the policing requirements in the community and the EHS. So like, there's a lot of factors baked into this impacting what's being shown on that debt requirement that will shift the priorities significantly.
I think that's a fair statement, Mayor. There's a bunch of unknowns, right? At the end of the day, just doing the math, considering what's on the list under current circumstances, you're right. It's indicative, and I think that the broad takeaway, regardless of whether Northeast is sort of incorporated or not, becomes the scope and scale of those discussions. And you're right. Now I'm totally making this up, just to be clear for the public. But, if we got a $60 million grant towards an amenities piece, right, that would alter the decisions for the 10-year capital plan prioritization, right? So all of these things, there are a bunch of unknowns. It's an absolutely fair statement. Yeah.
And just to clarify, with the assumption that, say, it does go forward, what would the lead time be needed from, so when would we start, or when would we expect to start? When could development follow us and start going through that?
So to Mayor, currently, depending on how this grant plays out and the timing of it, it's got a bearing on when we can start the tendering process, because we need to have the full funding in place. So once the tender goes out, roughly about 2 months in the market, and then we close and award it. So typically we have told developers in the past that once the construction gets started, i.e. agreement with the contractor is signed, 6 months after that is when we can take the first application that would be benefiting from this Northeast investment.
Okay.
The assumption behind is the construction would take about 18 months to 24 months, and hopefully that's the amount of time the developer will take to get the pipes in the ground for their next development, and we can meet at some point where the construction completion is done so that building can now start coming online.
And this may be premature, but do we have any indication of what the additional cost to the city will be from a service level perspective if you were to add this on?
Yeah, thank you. And so I don't think we do across the entirety of it. We've done traditionally, depending on the scope and scale of it, right? A single family development is a net cost from an operational perspective. That's not always true. It depends on sort of the assessment piece. And so, but that's okay. From an ecosystem perspective across the city, ideally it all balances out, right? So that, we're not costing. But when we look at, because the only way you can do an FIA is to have an extant or an ASP, and please feel free to jump in there, Mr. Slapp. But if you've got an ASP and you know what the land use is, then you can do your operational development, right? The current ASP, our assessment is that it's going to be a net draw on city resources from an operating perspective.
Okay, I don't think there's, we do have one more from Councillor Hughes.
There's always one more question. Just a clarity for what the mayor just said. Is that so if, let's say everything goes swimmingly, passes on the 21st, we put it forward on the 5th, it passes on the July 14th. It's going to go to tender, so it can go to tender, finish by the end of May, and we could actually have the contract awarded by the end of October. So that means that by this time next year, the development committee could start moving forward. Is that what I'm hearing?
We definitely need the grant funding in place as well before we can award the contract. So the full amount should be there before we can award it. So it depends on when the grant is coming to finances.
If we aren't,
assuming the best case scenario, I think, right? So assuming it all comes online is what I heard, Councillor, right? And so, but it's 6 months from beginning of construction, right? Is when we can bring that on, or is it 6 months from?
So if we get everything in our hands, tendering goes as planned, sometime in Q3, Q4, we close the tendering, we award it. There's some winter construction that we could likely get started as late as 2026, maybe early 27, and then full construction start spring of next year. So I would say best case is Q3, we can start accepting application from the developer.
So
6 months from that point on.
From the construction. So even if, let me just stop here. If we approve this, I'm not approving it contingent on getting the grant. My motion is to move it forward at the price of whatever it is. So I would assume that the borrowing bylaw would be the 74 million or whatever the number is that we require to make it happen, assuming the grant didn't move forward. So if we're approving it at the 70 million, and this might be a question for next week, but I'm on this topic right now, so please forgive me. If we're approving it at the 70 million, and the council approves up to 70 million, then technically you have the full awarding of money.
That's correct. And in which case the timelines Ms. George spoke about are remain extant, right? In terms of going to tender and then beginning the preliminary work. But we're not digging holes. Major construction is very unlikely, if not impossible this year based on those timelines.
Okay.
If I can add, this best case scenario also relies on the developer executing some technical details of their whole development that need to be done for them to even move forward, and that's still not done. So this best case scenario is a hypothetical at this point.
They're both here, so we can just get them to agree to it right now, I think.
Okay, but as far as us being able to move forward, if there's other other factors for development for anything, that's not related to us.
Well,
So for
when
this
we're-
project.
Yeah, I'm just, if we're painting a picture about when we
Yeah.
can issue permits, there's other things that are
Sure.
in the line that need to be done first.
Okay. But they're not directly related to the Northeast servicing, they're just other issues. Is that right?
That's correct. yes.
Okay, so from a Northeast servicing slowing down perspective, if we were to approve this on July 14th, we still would not be able to taking applications until September of next year?
Yes.
And there's no way that we can actually do it sooner? Like I look at this and I'm thinking it's April and then we approve it and it's, what is it, 16 months later? I feel frustrated. It's like there's just, okay. We can have that discussion later, I guess, but it feels still long to even do it, I guess. It feels like I'm getting really close to 2029 without even trying. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Maybe we just need to see that mapped out and see where, because I understand if we were to approve this in full. From my understanding in our discussions, when it comes to the grant money, we can start accruing, if it's been approved, we can start accruing costs, provided we don't see any hurdles. We're not waiting for the full money, I thought.
That's correct. So, assuming you assumed all and we could spend up front and sort of collect back. I mean, there's a whole bunch of assumptions in this. It's still 60 days for borrowing by law. It's still 2 months for a tendering, right?
Yeah.
Which brings us to the winter, and you don't build a lot of stuff in the winter in Alberta, right? Which brings us to the spring. And then there's absolutely a risk-based discussion about when you could start approving things, right? Because until it's built, there's still a risk downstream in terms of the capacity issue. And so that's the crux of it.
Okay. Yeah, I think I don't see any other questions. I think just to reiterate, I mean, the decision here is not in a silo around a borrowing by law. It's this, is this the direction that we believe St. Albert needs to go? And if it is, and we believe we can handle the pressures that are going to come with it, because there's going to be the additional stress and demand on the city, and if we're prepared to manage that, then we have a big decision to make next week. So I appreciate the presentations, the effort, the time that's been put into this. I know, and it's not something you just whip up overnight. So thank you very much to everybody involved. And I don't see any other questions. So with that concludes that portion. I don't believe we have any emergent items. And sorry, if Marta, if you could remind me what we have for IRs and notice of motions.
We just have two from Councillor Cortage, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the information request is that Kid administration please provide some recommendations for how we might add public consultation and engagement opportunities to the development of the Lakeview neighborhood plan. And then my notice of motion was that the draft Lakeview neighborhood plan be shared with council for review prior to it being finalized.
Can I ask a question just to clarify?
Absolutely, yeah.
Councillor, on that particular front. So can I ask you to define review?
Sure.
Because that makes a material difference. If we're sharing it, like we don't need a motion. We don't need to waste your time voting. If you want to approve it or influence it or other things, that's actually contrary to your policy, in which case absolutely we need a motion, right, to go through and do that.
Let me clarify my intent and then you can let me know which way it should go. So my vision, or my what I envisioned was essentially coming forward to a committee of the whole, not for approval, but for information, which would make it a little bit more public, or have an opportunity to have just have an opportunity to review it and maybe provide some feedback in its development before it's finalized. Now, not approval, so maybe that's semantics on the word, but not looking for council approval, not looking to change the process, but just have a touch point for another set of eyes on it, both by council and the public. Does that help or not really?
No, that absolutely clarifies it. I think, we can certainly let it stand. You could pull it if something changes, but what I'm hearing is you actually seek to influence potentially sort of the content by that discussion, in which case I would submit that a notice of motion is the proper. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, thank you everybody who attended today. We will call adjournment to the meeting at 3:01. Thank you.